listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
What an absolute extravaganza of EFNL football that was on full display yesterday, and what a cornucopia of results there was to be had. We crowned 5 Deakin University women's premiers, 2 sides in Div 3 and Div 4 straight into grand finals, a couple of Div 1 and Div 2 qualifying results that would have surprised some but not others, and then to round it off, a pulsating round of twists and turns as Premier Division came to a grandstand finish where the top 5 was finally settled, albeit with a few nervous moments for some clubs. Welcome to EFNL Game Day, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming via our YouTube and Facebook platforms all around the world as we present Division 3 first semi-final day here at Jubilee Park between Knox and Coldstream, with the loser bowing out for 2024. Good afternoon, I'm your host Wayne Brash, and what an action-packed pre-match set down for discussion as we dissect all of yesterday's action, preview today's final action, as well as our featured guests, the respective coaches of Knox, Steve Buckle, and Coldstream's Jared Bayliss joining us. Without further ado, it's time to introduce the panel. One of the most respected opinions amongst the EFNL media team alumni. It's a warm welcome to you, Ray Baird.
Thanks, Brash. Great to be out here again like we were last week, and back to see Coldstream to see if they, after winning their first final, since 2005 or something, they're going to be out to try and make that 2 finals wins in that time. But they're coming up a side that's in very good form. They had a late run home to the season in Knox, so I'm looking forward to a real classy game here.
Always a busy time of the year for this man, and no exception to that is good afternoon to you, Ryan Long, the media manager.
Afternoon, Brasher. I thought you were talking to me first when you said most respected opinion. I thought that was my turn to speak, but no, thank you for bringing us in. It's a massive day. So far, conditions look great. Jubilee Park is always a great place to be calling the action from, and we've got 2 sides who
Just be careful.
were pretty strong last weekend despite Knox not getting the job done, and obviously Coldstream a big win over Oakley District, so it sets up a great semi-final with Surrey Park waiting, Brush.
Yeah, look, we're going to obviously we've got a lot to get through in this jam-packed pre-match. Let's start off with the EFNL Deakins University Premier Division Women's from yesterday, right? We're going to quickly go through all the results. Let's start off at Div 4. We've got Ferntree Gully. They won the flag 2-7-19, defeating Bayswater 2-4-16. In Division 3, Mooralbark 9-6-60 defeated Coldstream 2-5-17. Surrey Park in Div 2, they clinched the flag with a 20-point victory over Montrose 5-4-34 to 2-2-14. In Division 1, North Ringwood fell agonisingly short, and they went down by 7 points to Park Orchards, 4-2-26 to 5-3-33. But the big result, and it's probably the biggest result in EFNL women's football history, was the victory of South Croydon in Premier Division Premier Division women's action yesterday, 4-3-27, defeating the Eastern Devils 1-9-15. And gentlemen, let's not make no bones about it. This was a win for the ages for the South Croydon Football Club, because for so long Eastern Devils have been the benchmark in women's football, and finally it was probably their own success that brought them undone.
Yeah, Ryan, you probably know. How many wins on end did the Devils have?
At one stage, I think it was up to about 33 in a row.
Yeah.
South Croydon got them earlier in the season in, I think, round 13 at Cheong Park, which was a match of the round. But still, they were still coming in as the underdogs, and they liked that, and they came into the game with a lot of belief in their playing group. It didn't matter who was going to be out there, whether it was VFL players or not. They knew that their best could stack it up with the Devils, and their defensive pressure, Brash, was absolutely elite, and that was led by the likes of Brooke Curran, who walked away with the best on ground, the blue ribbon medal, for the amount of efforts they did, because the Devils were pushing, and they had a lot of inside 50s, but South Croydon were able to hold up under the pressure. Famous flag.
The three of us were at a game this year together when we did the game against South Belgrave, and assistant coach Craig Gislingham came up and said to us off air that he felt that as the year progressed that South Croydon were constantly improving, and that he felt that if they were given the opportunity on the right day, they were more than capable of winning that grand final, and he was proven again correct.
Once again, Brash, in this division as well in any other division, the top two teams usually get to the grand final, and this is what happened in this division. And as you said, we saw the South Croydon that day, and gee, there were some great players out there in that side. And look, the big thing, Ryan, that I've noticed now, a lot of these clubs now have two women's sides, and that's the way that this women's football is building.
Yeah, it's absolutely right, and South Croydon do have those two sides, so it's always a big talking point of how strong some of these clubs with their senior women's program, when they get a second side up and running, that tells you about the culture that you can attract that many players to form two sides. The other side who got there this year with a second women's side was North Ringwood. They fall short yesterday, obviously, to Park Orchards, but they've got a bright future ahead of them. It's just a really exciting time for the competition, I think, and across the board in those grand finals, even Surrey Park, who came in as probably the $1 favourites against Montrose. There was only 20 points in it, and we had a great day yesterday with all 5 grand finals.
And Brash, the interesting thing in that Division 4 grand final, which I saw, both teams in that, Bayswater and Ferntree Gully, they played the season before last, but last season they disbanded, and they both came back this year, and they both played off in the grand final.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Ray. So, look, onwards and upwards for the EFNL Deacons Women's League, and I really reckon it's kicked some goals. It's actually made more strides this year than I felt last year. So for South Croydon, Park Orchard, Surrey Park, Murrelbach and Ferntree Gully, a big congratulations to all you girls for the effort that you've put in this year. And for the winners, enjoy the fruits of your labour, and for the losers, you get another chance at it next year. So well done to all the women out there, and enjoy your off season, and enjoy the rest of enjoy the men's now for the rest of the season, and get to come and support your club if they're playing in the finals. Gents, we'll keep moving on, because as we go through the games, we'll work through our finals fixtures as we go. But Premier Division yesterday came to a grandstand finish, because there were a lot of twists and turns, and Ray, you were at one game, I was at another, and Ryan, obviously, you were covering the women, but we had a pretty good. It was a good round, and obviously a couple of the talking points. And Blackburn yesterday, once again, 14-10-94 defeated Baldwin 11-9-75. Worrying. It's brought an interesting talking point. Ray and Ryan, I don't think I've known in my time that a side that's finished with a percentage of 145 not playing in finals. It just seems, and when you consider that Blackburn probably beat nearly every single side in that top 5, bar East Ringwood, who they went down to by a point earlier, it's hard to see why they're not playing finals.
Well, it's very hard, but look, all season we've been saying how even this competition is. And Ryan, we've been saying we won't know till 5 o'clock on the last Saturday. Well, it was about 5:15 when we actually found out about it. But no, and look, this is what people want to see.
Yep.
You don't want to be going into the last 3 rounds and you already know the top 4 or 5. So it's been a fantastic year for Premier Division. As you said, Brash, you were down there yesterday and saw the bottom of the round clash. So just tell us a bit what happened down there.
Yeah, look, it was an interesting clash. I went there with, and my initial thoughts, right, that I looked at the form lines of these two sides heading into this contest, and I could make a very, very clear case for Berwick's form leading into this game. I thought that their last 3 or 4 games that they had shown gradual improvement, whereas I felt that Norwood's game had sort of stagnated and they weren't able to, pass a particular point milestones. And I felt there was more scope there for Berwick. Interestingly enough, when I went there, the wind was very fluky, but it was definitely favouring what I call it the water tank or the bottom oval end. The Mulham Road end was very, very difficult to score. So I felt that whoever won the toss, right, needed to take advantage of it in the first quarter, and Norwood actually they kicked three goals, but I thought that Berwick, they're only a goal down at quarter time, and I think they defended really well against the wind. And I thought in the second quarter that the game was, if Berwick were going to seize the moment, they were going to have to make a bit of a move to put some scoreboard pressure on, which they did. But kudos to Norwood in the second half. They came out all guns blazing in the opening 10 minutes of the third quarter. They threw everything at Berwick, and Berwick still withstood the pressure. I thought Cerulis in the ruck and Captain Tom Brennan in the midfield were really, really, they stood up when they really counted. Norwood, once again, they kept themselves in the contest, got to the last quarter, they were still in it. Norwood, once again, they went all guns in the opening 10 minutes. They actually hit the lead.
Yeah, Ryan, I believe that it's exciting times ahead for Berwick. Now they know they're staying up there. They've got a new coach coming in, and they can take it all in stock and go off the platform next season.
And Ray, what's impressed me about Berwick also was, I think, their highest score of the season by far yesterday, which is something they've really found difficult with a forward line that just hasn't had too many key targets of the experience side of things. But the fact is, they've now been in the comp for a few years, and despite losing a lot of players from those premiership sides before they came to the EFNL, they've been able to hold on and survive in this division now for multiple years in a row, and they continue to build. They're starting again a lot this year because it's again a young list, and they lose some key players before the start of the season. So they've got a lot of work ahead of themselves. But as Ray said, a new coach, a new perspective. They've got some good 19s coming through. I think it's a really good thing for Berwick to remain in our Premier Division comp. And
just finally signing off on that game, Berwick were challenged all the way through this game. Norwood gave it their best shot, but Berwick, their midfield, as it was said yesterday, was probably the difference between the two sides. And the result was Berwick 12-16-88, defeating Norwood 10-4-64. Ray, I'm going to reverse it because you were at the game down at the Bull Ring yesterday between Noble Park and Roval, and Noble Park were saluting and saying goodbye to some old favourites.
They were, but they were up and about, and Ben Wise was alerted to this. When you have four of your favourites, all retiring on the same day, well, they were up and about. Look, the first three quarters, it was a scramble sort of game. A lot of players in both sides were having trouble keeping their feet. Yet, walking out on the ground before the game, it was quite solid. So I don't know the reason behind that. But look, at each break, it was probably less than a goal difference. But coming into the last quarter, I think Roval were 3 points in front of three-quarter time. Roval kicked the first two goals in the last quarter, and it looked like they were going to go ahead. But then Noble Park had a stretch of play there, where I think it was two or three goals where they kicked within about a minute and a half. And of course, all their supporters were up and about and all that. But it was great, Brash, because it was going... A goal, whoever kicked the goal was 3 points in front. Then the other team would get 3 points in front. But as a Roval, person, the good thing about that was that every time Noble Park got a goal, Roval responded straight away, where it took Noble Park a bit of time to get back that goal. But all in all, Roval knew what was on the line because Roval had lost that game. They would have been playing finals.
Well, it highlights how even the competition is, to the fact that they finished with a win. They finish third and the double chance. Noble Park get one more goal, suddenly they miss finals. That's how crazy the finish this season is.
Yeah, and
in
just
Premier
on
Division.
Roval, two very bad injuries. Lockie McDonald went off in the last quarter. Looks like he's
had a good game.
He was probably Roval's best in my opinion. Or Young Shruck was probably better. But he went off. It looks like his season's done. And Jai Coldclough kicked 2 goals early, went off before half-time. He's done a calf, so... 2 of those will probably be missing for the final series.
Yeah, well, Roberts has had a calf injury for Mulgrave and he hasn't returned yet, probably could be a 5-week injury.
Rash, before we move on, just on Noble Park with those players of the likes of obviously Martin and Bull have been publicised this week. Potentially a couple of others leaving the club.
Yeah,
it's a bit
Bull,
of a changing of the guard.
Yeah, Bull and the other one. Who's the other one?
Sketcher and Martin and Bull, Chris Horton, Milne.
Yeah, 4 very good long-term players.
And the thing is, look, it happens at all the clubs. You've got to say goodbye to champions, and because a club needs to, evolution happens, and it happens at every club.
But Brash, we've been around this league a long time. I cannot remember a club losing, say, 4 of their best players. Let's face it, of their best players all at once.
No,
that's going to leave a huge hole in there down at the Bullring.
No, most definitely. And the final score there was Roval 11-10-76 defeating Noble Park 11-7-73. Vermont travelled up to East Ringwood yesterday in the hope of winning and securing the that double chance spot. Unlike the week before, where East Ringwood put away Roval by 6 goals, once again East Ringwood were able to put Vermont away by 6 goals after Vermont started quite promisingly in the first half, but just the overall class of East Ringwood came to the fore in the second half, and really they've stamped themselves as the imprimatur of this division, and they're going to take a power of tossing.
I was just going to say that, Brash. They are the side to beat, without a doubt.
Well, look at the 5 teams that are playing finals. It's always hard to win from 4th and 5th for Vermont and South Croydon.
No.
Roval got some really
very
key
hard
injuries.
to go back to back. So
yes, that too. Baldwin are out of form, and East Ringwood are almost pretty much at full strength. A couple of players not in the side, but they're in red hot form. They haven't lost a game in quite a while, and they're beating teams in that 5 comfortably.
Yeah. Most definitely, and I think that the interesting thing about this is the fact that you look at next week's qualifying final between Baldwin and Roval. Baldwin 2-6 after winning 10 straight. And Roval's win-loss record not that much better heading into that game.
Yeah.
It's almost like a lottery draw next week at Bayswater for who wants that spot against East Ringwood the week after in the second semi.
But whoever does win that game goes in as the underdogs. I think Baldwin are in. I just don't know where their form line is at the moment that suggests that they're, I don't know.
Look, I was talking to Brash before we come on air. This is only my opinion. The Baldwin, they're happy if they kick 10 goals in a game, as long as the opposition only kick 9. But then on the other hand, East Ringwood and Roval, they go all-out attack. And I think that now that we're on the drier grounds, Bayswater Oval, I think that's going to be a problem for Baldwin. I really do.
Well, it was last year when they played here in finals.
Yep.
They couldn't cope. They played one quarter of football last year, and that was the opening game against Blackburn. Then they went into their shells and went Charlie Haley centric. They went Charlie Haley centric, and they couldn't score for the rest of their game. But that seems to be a bit of a trend with them. That's happened throughout the season. They go through spells where they just can't score.
Yeah, and we saw that against East Ringwood in that second half when the match of the round. They weren't able to, once East Ringwood got on top of the contest, they weren't getting any forward 50 entries. And
I agree with Ray. Fortune favours the bold in finals. You've got to play an attacking type of game. No point clogging it up for a
that's right.
Baldwin tried that in the home and away game a few weeks ago against East Ringwood, and they did it for 3 quarters, but you can't hold a good side down for the whole game.
That's right.
Well, first of our feature guests joining us this afternoon from the Coldstream Football Club, a warm welcome to you, Jared Bayliss. How are you, Jared?
Can you hear?
No, I can't hear. There's nothing on.
Turn that up.
Hello, boys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jared.
Yeah,
How
awesome.
are you? How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. Sorry I missed this last week. We just sort of landed at the same time as our warm-up. So
really, really interesting match-up for you this afternoon. I think last week, I think you did exactly what you needed to do by putting aside that really was out of form coming into the final series. One of the things, obviously, this is the elephant in the room question. You'll want to get this Darcy Fritsch 100 goal out of the way real early so it doesn't cause any distractions. Would you agree?
Oh, look, mate, it hasn't even really been spoken about, to be honest. Like, as a group, as a club, it's just something that's naturally progressed, and, it's exciting for the young man. Like, an opportunity of, that not many people get to do, and, when it happens, it'll happen. And for us, it's just about going out there and putting our best performance on the park. So it literally, honestly, has not even been spoken about.
So what's been, obviously with a really good win last week, and it's always good to get a finals win under your belt, what's been the message this week with the playing group? Is it just keep doing what you're doing and playing the percentages?
I think just embracing the opportunity, you know, it can go past. It can go past just like that. And for us, it's my main thing is, well, I've been in part of finals footy for such a long time, and they haven't missed many years of finals. And the best sides that embrace it and enjoy it and endure everything that comes of it, they're the sides that settle in and hopefully take their chance. And we've got a lot of guys that haven't played much finals footy, but we've got a good chunk of leaders that have. And the message has been, mate, just enjoy yourselves. You know, enjoy yourselves. Leave nothing, you know, put everything out on the ground and just embrace it. At the end of the day, it's not life or death. It's not something that we need. It's something that we want. And if we want it enough and we desire it enough, then we'll get what we deserve if we put the effort in. So,
and the ground itself, Jubilee Park, obviously, you guys played a very big ground at Coldstream, and this is a great deck, and you played it so well last week against Oakley District. Is this a place you enjoy to come finals?
Yeah, we felt really comfortable here, mate. Like we used the width of the ground and we were able to work our way through. And obviously, to Oakley District's credit, they came out and had a crack, and then we got on top, and they just couldn't stop our momentum, and we sort of took the game away from them. So credit to them to get to where they were. And yeah, you're probably right, they limped into finals a little bit, but you know, there was a lot of people saying the same thing about us, but we just got it right at the right time, and we've been able to put a couple of good performances together, and hopefully today is another opportunity for us. You know, can't promise a win, but we can promise hopefully a bit of consistency. So,
was that one of the biggest takeaways as well, that the fact that you were really challenging that first quarter? They came out guns blazing, their pressure was great, and you responded with probably one of the best quarters of the season in that second term, where you kicked 6 goals and probably could have kicked a few more, and just really opened up the game in favour. How did you see the way that played out?
We're a team that's all about the response. So if things aren't going our way, it's not about going into your show and getting panicked and not being able to work your way through it. That's something we have a lot of conversations about. That in finals footy, from my experience, is that not everything always goes your way, but you're never out of the game. So it's about, in that moment, we're settling, breathing, changed Conyers into the middle, started getting our footy going our way, and the boys just won the footy on the inside, and then we were able to set up behind the ball and play our way. So,
Jared, after that win last week, you know, your first win in a finals for a heck of a long time, no doubt the players celebrated, but did you make way to the players how important that win would have been to your loyal supporters?
Oh, no doubt, mate. You know, and I said before the Thursday night last week and before the game, you know, it's a privilege to play finals footy. You know, it's not an expectation. You don't always get the opportunity. That 90% of people aren't playing finals footy, and you know, Coldstream haven't been one of those sides that have been lucky enough to win one over the, a final over the last 20 years. And you know, for us to give back to our supporters and to the club and play really well for the jumper, that was something that we did speak about, and it was nice to get the monkey off the back. And to me, it's just an opportunity to move forward as a group, and we've done a lot of hard work, and you know, the best team will come out on top today, just like it will every other week. So,
yeah, mate, you and I, we've seen a lot of football, but I wanted to talk about Darcy Kerrigan. I mean, he's just a workhorse, and his effort last week, the way he covered the big ground here, I mean, without a doubt, you agree with me, he would be playing Premier if he wanted to.
Oh, mate, like I said after last week, I've got a lot of respect for him. Obviously, my first year in the job, and he's been our captain, and I didn't have a lot to do with him early doors, but He's a very, very interesting person. He's a very down-to-earth person, but he just gets it done. Like, he's one of those guys that gets it done. And for him to perform at that level in the final last week for his club, that's a man who's wore the same jumper for a long time and wears his heart on his sleeve for his mates. And I said that was one of the best finals performances straight after the game. I said that was one of the best finals performances I've seen from a player at any level. Like, he used the footy really well. He was tough. You know, he kicked goals and he just put a complete finals performance together. And the challenge for him now is, can he do that again?
You
know?
I almost feel like with him, he's a nightmare for opposition coaches because you don't know whether you need to tag him, because he almost seems like he's an untaggable player because of his running capability. It must be such a luxury to have someone like that provides one of the biggest headaches for a matchup.
Oh, mate, he gets himself out of contests or burrows himself in and then finds a way out. He's got a really good turn of speed and he's really tough. That's probably the biggest thing. He's as tough as they come, and you know, if you're tough as nails and you can run like the wind, they're bloody hard blokes, they're hard players to match up on no matter who they are.
Finally, you've played Knox and you've beaten them twice this season, right? As you well know, the finals pressure goes up a real notch in finals. What's going to be the main point of difference for your side to beat Knox this afternoon?
I think, mate, like we can all kick, we can all mark. They're a good side, we're a good side. You know, credit to them. We respect them a lot, and we've been lucky enough to come away with the points both times during the year. But we just feel that our pressure, if it's where it needs to be, that we're going to be difficult to stop. And if we can bring that, and the boys can turn up in the right manner, then I believe that, you know, we can get the job done. But at the end of the day, you got to turn up and perform, and that's what it'll come down to. So,
well, Jared, thank you very much for giving up your time this afternoon on what is a really important day for the Coldstream Football Club. Good luck to yourself and all of your players this afternoon, and hopefully by 4:45 you may walk out the winners and tackle Surrey Park next weekend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, mate.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Head coach of Coldstream Footy Club, Jared Bayliss, joining us this afternoon here on pre-match. Steve Buckle will be joining us very, very shortly here on EFNL Game Day. Finally, just a couple of final games just to quickly touch over in Premier Division. South Croydon overcame a very tardy start against Doncaster East yesterday to outlast them 14-13, 97 to Doncaster East 13-7, 85. It's been a season of what if for Donny East, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's probably one of their best results for the whole season, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, the coaches are coming in thick and fast, and and why wouldn't they? It's a fantastic final series, and it wouldn't be a final series if we didn't have this man on board. It's a very warm welcome to the Knox coach, Steve Buckle. Good afternoon, Steve.
Yeah, good afternoon, Brash and boys. Sorry I'm a little bit late.
That's all right.
Just doing our team meetings.
The perfect time for you to come up, Steve. I look at last week, and it just seemed like that when you had your opportunities early on in the game, you probably didn't take them, and probably gave Surrey a little bit of an in.
Yeah, you're spot on, Brash. We probably dominated that first quarter, to be fair. And then we coughed up a goal late as well, just with the skill execution error, and that sort of shut the margin. Like we're slowly sort of building that gap a little bit, but just then plugging that getting that goal late brought it back to maybe about 8 points instead of 2-3 goals. So hopefully we don't make any of those skill execution errors in the first quarter here.
Last week you alluded to that you wanted to get some players back into the lineup. You've made 3 changes this week. You've brought back in Heppel, Ash, and Saprulis or something, is it? Saprulis?
Kappa.
Yeah.
Capsalis.
Yeah, Capsalis. These were the players that you were talking about that you wanted back in because you felt it gave your side a more balanced team. How do you feel about getting those players in right at this stage?
Yeah, look, we ideally would have liked to have got those guys in and been really all 3 tough selection calls at the table, but we were sort of forced into to 2 changes after the Surrey game. Jackson Anderson had a bit of, I suppose, hamstring awareness, for want of a better term, and we didn't sort of want to risk that on a big open deck again this week, so maybe just giving him another week off. Will O'Brien, again, just hurt his foot in the first quarter, so he's got some ligament damage, not too serious, so we're hoping he might, if we can get through today, hopefully be right for next week. And Harry O'Brien was the other out. Look, that might hurt us. Hope it doesn't come back to bite us on the bum, but because he's got great leg speed. But we just thought we just needed a mix to get those 3 boys in, and they've all earned their spots. And obviously Ash Blacker, played many senior games and a quality footballer. So it's great to have him in too. And Capsalis, his I suppose his form over the last 4 to 6 weeks just demanded that he does get into the team.
As you're well aware, Steve, playing on a big surface or a big deck like Ringwood presents its own little nuances. Would you consider maybe pushing your forward pockets up to play on a half forward so that you can and leave your main man right with that freedom in that 50-metre arc, so that you can turn around your opponent so they're actually not looking at the ball going into your forward 50?
Yeah, look, we've been trying to train it for a couple of weeks, trying to not so much isolate Harry down there, but at least getting our small forwards like Squiz and Goyner, them to get a little bit higher up and then wrap around. So then they're actually hitting that contest at speed if they do it. And look, we know Coldstream like to drop numbers back and get a lot of defenders deep in the hole. So today especially, it's going to be more about us trying to keep our eyes a little bit lower and just not get so Harry conscious all the time. So look, we'll see what we can do, and look, if we can try to draw them out a little bit, then that works great for us. But look, if they just want to, if they want to get all their numbers back deep, hopefully that plays into our hands a little bit.
Steve, it's great to be able to come and watch Knox for a second week in a row. And the 2 times you played Coldstream, you haven't come away with a win, but I feel like it was probably before you hit your best form patch of the season. What did you learn about the 2 times you did play against them that they did really well that you really have to be switched on today about? Yeah,
look, the first time we played them, I think we had control of the game at the end of the first quarter, and then look, they changed a few things structurally and basically turned it into a more contested game. Look, they do have some decent leg speed in their team, but I think we probably matched them and probably got a little bit more superiority with their leg speed. And I know that's something they'll be concentrating on today to try to shut down our run and try to bring it into a more contested game style. So look, hopefully with the big deck we can try to open it up a little bit. But look, in saying that, Coldstream's a big deck and they opened us up. They opened us up there. So look, they're a really well coached team by Jared, and they've got some smart players there too, and they've got a great on-ball brigade too. So we've just got to try to, for the most part, try to at least break even in the midfield, if not win it, and at least try to beat them on the inside and get them on the outside as well. One
player that's really impressive is Tom Weir, and defensively down back. I don't know if you can give this away. Would he be playing more on Darcy Fritsch, or will you have a few players roll through him, because he is obviously a big focal point, and they do have some other options. In Edmonds got involved last week, kicked 4 goals. Yep. But talk about Weir as well in the season that he's had. Again, was pretty impressive against Surrey Park last week.
Yeah, look, he's had a cracking year, and it's just slowly built, and he had an injury interrupted year last season. And what we're seeing from him this year is what we obviously hoped and expected from last year, but he was just battling a little bit obviously with those injuries. Got an early injury in the season this year, but since he's been back, he's one of our vice captains for a reason. He's only young, he's only 22 years old, but he's got a great footy IQ. He knows how to read the game pretty well as well. So look, he will get the job on Fritsch today, and look, hopefully he can contain him. But look, I don't think anybody can contain Fritsch if there's no pressure coming from up the field, because they're on ballers, have got great foot skills, and if they're able just to lace him out with no pressure on them at all, then I don't think it matters who we play on him. He's going to kick his 100 and plus more.
Right, with Fritsch though, Steve, I think it's more important to have somebody in the hole just to cut that down the corridor lead out of it. Yep. Look, a couple of years ago when you took on the Knox job, I did speak to you, and you were very excited about the young list they had, and you would be looking forward to play finals. Have you been 100% happy with the way the younger guys in the club have progressed?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all progressing really well, and they've still got a lot to learn, obviously, and we're still trying to tap into all of that. But and I think I said last week, it's just they lost 2 years of their footy through the COVID stuff, so they lost a lot of time to be able to actually develop their football. So most of our guys have played, besides the guys that we brought in, the experienced heads. Most of those guys now have only played 30 to 40 senior games, so they're probably a long way behind a lot of other teams. But to be able to try to create, and obviously not try to create, but to be able to get back to a winning culture at the footy club, and the boys starting to learn and adapt and improve on a weekly basis is very exciting for the footy club.
And I suppose what also backs that up is you've got the reserves out there playing now, so you've got a little bit of depth around the club as well. Yeah,
absolutely. Look at our 19s played finals yesterday and finished top of top of their group. Unfortunately, lost with a kick after the siren, but it's just showing now that we've got great depth now at the footy club. Look, it's still a lot of young guys coming through. Look, our 16s won the grand final in A grade. You know, I was coaching the 17s. We made finals as well and lost to the eventual Premier Montrose in 17B. So we've still got a couple of years of guys coming through. So it's still going to keep this footy club, young for quite some time, which is a great positive as well. And the boys who are in the team now will get older and more experienced too, and they'll be the ones teaching and passing their knowledge on down.
Steve, we've spoken about Carrigan and the influence that he's had. Are you as a coach, and I know we did ask this about Jared, but is he a player that you've got to put a tag on, or you can't afford to put a tag on?
No, I think you have to put some time into him. So whether or not that ends up being a really hard tag, or it's just making you're really conscious and aware of him around stoppage, and then obviously he hits the scoreboard out of more than any of their other midfielders. So, we've also got to watch that rotation when he does change forward too. So, look, we'll put some time into him for sure, because I don't think you can just let him. You just can't roll the dice and just hope that you're going head to head in your on-ball brigade and just hope he doesn't get a touch, because he is going to rack them up. And so is Conyers, and so is Lockie Craig for that matter. Verstigan and Castry, like they bat pretty deep, but then Bayliss might decide to throw himself on ball for a little bit, but we're hoping we've got some plans in place to at least take away some of their strengths, but then at the same time still focusing on what our strengths are.
I think Ray sort of alluded to, Steve, that probably trying to get someone to drop into Fritsch's free zone out in front. I would think that you would be hoping that your wingers and half-backs would be making sure that they keep Fritz leading wide to the boundary line, and you'd have Tom Weir goal side of him, so to decrease the angle and make it harder for him to kick goals.
Yeah, well, I suppose you'll have to keep an eye on the game today. That'll be up to you, gentlemen, to make those observations and those calls to see if we have or not. But look, it's going to be a lot of trust in the pressure coming up the field and making sure that not just our midfielders but our forwards also empty out and put pressure on the ball carriers up the field and our one ballers. It basically become two-way runners all day, because we know we've got the wheels. We've had two massive pre-seasons, and like I said, we've got to use our strengths, which is with youth comes great leg speed. It might hurt you in experience wise, but the boys won't give up.
Yeah, BWS passes on his best, and all the best this afternoon. He's enjoying a day with his mates in the MCG.
I think that's where I'd rather be too. I love finals time, but it makes you feel sick in the stomach at the same time. So I think I'd rather be with BWS at the moment.
Just before we let you go, Steve, obviously you haven't beaten Coldstream this year. What do your blokes need to do this afternoon to reverse this result?
Yeah, like I said, we've got to at least break even or win the contest on the inside, and then we've actually got to spread the ground, keep our width, and we've got to beat them on the outside. So we've got to try to get a really good balance of fast and slow play today, and not constantly putting fast play on it so turnovers create, and then we just blow ourselves up. So if we can get that balance of both those elements, we should win.
I reckon our mate Birdie might be sitting in the Raffles Hotel having a Singapore sling watching this game, mate.
He'll be up in Singapore. He's seen a couple of lessons, so hopefully we can put on a good show today.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for giving up your time throughout the final series and again today. Good luck to Knox, and hopefully by 4:45 you may have cemented a date with destiny against Surrey Park the next Saturday.
Well, that's the plan, mate, so thank you very much. And look, as I said to you last week, hopefully I'm looking at you boys again next week.
Thanks, Steve.
Right. Cheers, good on you, gents. Have a good call.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the coach of the Knox Football Club, Steve Buckle, always really always very generous in his time. And Ray, you and I have known Steve for a long, long time. He was probably the perfect coach for the perfect time to get Knox back on track. Would you agree?
Oh, without a doubt. And he coached for many years there at Doncaster East. And Doncaster, when East were in the position where they are now in Premier, a lot of that is due to Steve Buckle. Yeah, he's been a fantastic coach, very experienced man.
Well, gentlemen, we're going to take our first break, and then when we come back after the break, we're going to go through all of yesterday's finals games in Divisions 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is Radio Eastern 98.1's broadcast of Division 3 first semi-final day between Knox and Coldstream.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wayne Brasher, Ryan Long and Ray Baird here for pre-match on Division 3 first semi-final day between Knox and Coldstream, and at the moment in the reserve grade, 11 minutes into the last quarter, Upper Fenchurch Gully hold a very handy 49-point lead, 13-6-94 to Knox 7-3-45. So Upper Gully in the box seat. Gentlemen, we've gone through all the women's. We've dissected Premier. Let's get into what happened yesterday in all the qualifying and second semi-finals in the other grades. I'm going to start at Div 4 because I think, in my opinion, Scoresby 13-16-94, defeating Cherdside 6-6-42. They've really they've put their foot to the metal here, Scoresby, and they've made a statement yesterday, Ray.
Yeah, they made a statement for sure. But then on Friday, Ryan, I'm not blowing my own balloons up, but I just felt that it was time that Scoresby would get one back over Cherdside, but I didn't expect a margin like this. But also I take out of that I still think that the grand final will be between both these sides, and I think going into that grand final, it's still 50-50.
I'm with you 100% on everything you just said there. The one probably big positive as well is that Adam got off the chain against Cherdside Park, which he hasn't done during the season, true. And important for the Magpies, because if they had lost that, they would have been going into a grand final against Cherdside, having been 0 from 3. So it was probably more important for them to make the statement. I don't lose any I don't think Dave Newlands will lose any sleep on the game. They've got it next week against either Kilsyth or Whitehorse, where I think they're going to go in as favourites either way. Doesn't matter who they're going to play. And they'd have to play, they'd have to really drop off to still lose a prelim and not make the grand final. These are the two best sides and by a clear length. But for Scoresby, a grand final, it's been a long time since they've been at the big dance in any division, and this is a very famous club, a very proud club that's got a proud history from the top level. It's an important one for them to not just make it, but to win this and start to make their way back up the ranks.
Interestingly enough, it was these two sides that had the bye in the last two rounds of the season. So it actually, in essence, it hasn't really hurt them. It almost seems like that. All right, Churnside came off the losers in the game itself, but they have another. They've got another chance, and they're still relevantly refreshed from having that week off. So it probably hasn't hurt them. They probably were a little underdone. But that being said, Scoresby, you can't deny them. Their form leading into this final series has been pretty exemplary, and it's no reason, the margin of 52 points is a surprise result, but not a surprising result, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, look, in finals, I suppose, when you're playing like in this finals, just to see who goes on to, and who still is there in the challenge. Once you try your heart out, but if it's getting towards the end of the third quarter or so, and you're 30, 40 points down, you just coast because you're going to have to play next week anyway, so you don't want to get injured. But then that's usually when you do get injured, when you don't go in hard, isn't it?
Can happen.
Well, the other semi-final in Division 3 that sends Donvale into the grand final. But, gentlemen, Surrey Park, they've got that little bit closer again. This time, in a titanic struggle, they've gone down by 4 points, 11-10-76 to 10-12-72. And speaking to a few of the people here, Surrey Park did have their chances yesterday, but just weren't able to take them when they needed it.
And Brash, is a very different feel from this year to last year, where Donvale, the same final, the semi-final against Ferntree Gully, their first final, pumped them by 70, 80 points. So they were coming into a grand final knowing that they were going to be the red-hot favourites. I think this year, Surrey Park, they're very, very close, and they've been able to improve, get some players into the side. Jack Martin, another big game for him. He was listed best on for them. We haven't, unfortunately, got that for Donvale or their goal kickers. Donvale will still either back themselves against whoever they play against, but I think this year is a much even division at the top.
Well, it has, and Ryan, you and I spoke on about it last week, I think it was, that every time Surrey have played Donvale, they've got closer every time, and they proved this yesterday. Look, I'm still buying Donvale for me. I still think they'll win the premiership. I really do.
I'm in agreement. I mean, look, you can only get close so far, can't you?
Oh, look, no doubt Surrey Park will be full of confidence, and if you said they had their chances to even win this game, that they're sure. And what a great effort to even, if they get to the grand final, what a great effort.
Coming up a division, isn't it?
Coming up a division and go straight into the grand final, that's really a great effort.
I mean, and they actually happen to win. It's even more a meteoric rise than what we really are expected, because Donvale, in essence, have been the benchmark in this division for basically the last 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
So that would be a real feather in their cap. But look, at this stage, Donvale once again have earned the right to play off in a grand final, and they're going to be mighty, mighty tough to beat.
Yeah, I agree, Bash.
Mitcham yesterday hosted the first of the qualifying finals in Division 2, and a surprising result here, because I think a lot of scribes thought that Waverley Blues, who finished second, would beat a sort of injury-depleted Mulgrave. But Mulgrave have really turned the tables here, and once again they seem to have a mental edge over Waverley Blues. After the Blues held a 5-goal lead at half-time, and Mulgrave came surging home in the last quarter. I think they kicked 7 goals to 0. Final score, Mulgrave 17-6, 108. Waverley Blues 12-18, 90. I did watch that game last night, and Waverley had their chances early in the contest, but they couldn't put them away. Mulgrave, they stuck to their game plan, and they executed it exactly the way they wanted it. And when the heat was on, they kept coming. And at the end of the day, Waverley Blues weren't able to respond, which leads me to think, Ray, because I've asked Ryan this question: are Waverley Blues still mentally a little bit fragile?
Oh, without a doubt. You know, you've got any side that towards the end of that season there, when they lost, 4 in a row they lost, you know, of course they're fragile, Brash. But look, just on the game itself, I'm not going to say anything about Mulgrave because it's like a broken record. I've said it all year. But I'm going to sit here with a great grin on my face like a Cheshire cat because I love the way they go about it.
I think too.
Ryan, I think the one thing I did glean is that Savage was more proactive using Josh Williamson yesterday. Instead of having him sit down at full forward, they had him up the ground and in the play, and he was far more influential. I think he's got to persevere with that move. Keep Williamson on the ball because I think they're going to need him next week against whoever they play, because I think he can have a big influence on the contest without actually kicking goals.
A question for you, Bresh. Because this game was played at Walker Park,
yep.
And Waverley Blues, all season they've been playing on their big wide open spaces down there at Waverley. Do you think that come into any province?
It could because you'd normally think that. I actually don't think they've actually taken to Central Park as their home ground. I think it's a spiritual thing.
Well, but you got to. Having said that, the first half of the season and a little bit more, they were undefeated at that ground.
Yeah, they were. They didn't drop one of those first 2 games, but they've played at Walker. I mean, they played 2 finals at Walker last year, so they shouldn't be unfamiliar with the ground. It's still a very similar list. I still think they were probably the most unconvincing second place side in all 5 divisions. They were very surprising to actually finish second, with Croydon really falling off. Mulgrave didn't take the most of their opportunities either, and then obviously Templestowe and Ringwood really dropped off as well. So they go into next week's game. If they play Croydon, Brash, they've beaten them twice, so they'll be confident with that. But I still don't think we've got enough confidence in them to go all the way this year. I think they're a bit off.
Are they going to go out into straight sets like last season?
I worry that once again, it almost seems like a bit of a broken record that they didn't have a plan B. And once again, it looked like they didn't have another plan B when Mulgrave put the acid on them yesterday. You could be right. They could actually go out again. But then on the other hand, if I was looking at them and Croydon and Templestowe, I reckon Croydon would have a better chance than what I think Templestowe of knocking them over.
Yeah, I still think Croydon. Just before we move on, Ray, the fact that obviously no Roberts up forward, and they had 11 goal kickers on the day, which is a big tick for the Lions.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
Finally, the last qualifying final that was decided yesterday was between South Belgrave and Mitcham, and Mitcham turned around a performance in round 18 that you'd want to forget, and where it was sort of alluded to that they put the queue in the rack and didn't and saved themselves. And put it this way, they came out and basically the game was over at half time because South Belgrave were just not in the contest.
The interesting thing about this is the scoreline at the end. Each side have 14 scoring shots. You read the score out, Bresh.
The final score was Mitcham 12-3-75, defeating South Belgrave 5-19-49.
Yeah.
24 scoring shots to 15.
Half time sitting at 0 goals, 12. You just can't win finals like that.
Win a final kicking no goals at half time.
But even looking at that first quarter, and I did know a few people that were down at the ground, but I haven't heard the full story. But at quarter time, 6 goals, 2-3 behind. So Mitcham were on top right from the start. Parenti had an impact early, kicked 3 goals of the first 4, and goes on to kick 6. So when you've got Jake firing, and Jake's been in and out of the side with a couple of injury problems, but he's so key to that lineup. They can't win it without him there, I don't think. I think they need him there against Park Orchards next week. But big difference. A week's a long time in footy, isn't it, Bruce?
I just find it unfathomable that this is the same South Belgrave side that I'm watching 12 months. I reckon it's like watching chalk and cheese. They're nowhere near where they were last year. And we talk about straight sets. They could go out in straight sets too because they're not playing good football and they're playing it at the wrong time of the year.
Well, they haven't played good football all season,
There's something not right then, is there?
Yeah, look, I don't know. Look, Heath Black certainly got his job cut out this week.
All right, gents. We've gone through all of Saturday's results. Let's put on the crystal ball and preview quickly the Division 4 first semi-final today. Whitehorse Pioneers and Kilsyth. And Ryan, I'm going to go to you because Kilsyth looked pretty undermanned coming into this contest this afternoon.
I think Whitehorse will get the job done. We saw them last week beat Kilsyth. Kilsyth have got a lot of injuries. You look at, obviously, probably their best player and potentially the best player in the division, Ryan McNay, not having him there on the big stage out at East Ringwood Reserve right away. I think that's a real danger side. Guys like Van Oonen not on the list this week. I just think it would be a big upset. I'll say that. I think Whitehorse comfortably for me.
Right?
Yeah, Whitehorse by 5 goals by me.
I reckon both sides, to me, looked really cooked. And,
I agree.
And I think whoever gets through, right, they'll understand that they've won and they've got through. Croydon take on Templestowe. I'm going Croydon. Interestingly enough, Cameron Cloak is playing in the reserve grade for Templestowe this afternoon. With everything on the line, why wouldn't they put him in and play it full forward?
Has he been playing?
I don't know.
Has he been playing? That's a question, I suppose. If he hasn't been playing, you can't just bring him back and put him in the senior side.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm actually just looking up his play HQ.
Yeah,
he's been playing he's played 5 games to the reserve side this season.
Yeah,
so, I mean, it's one of these interesting ones. But I think either way, I think... and the reserves are getting pumped by Mulgrave at the moment. That's a big loss, Brash.
It certainly hasn't worked.
And finally, match of the round in Div 1, Montrose Beaconsfield, one of the most closest contests I think we're going to see in Div 1 this year. I'm tipping Montrose, but only by the solitary point because I reckon that's how close it's going to be.
Well, I'm going the other way. I'm going for Beaconsfield by 3 goals.
I think Beaconsfield, no Garthwaite really hurts Beaconsfield for me.
Well, gentlemen, that's pretty much done and dusted. And right when we come back after the break, we're going to bring in the call team for the big clash between Knox and Coldstream as we will welcome the call team led by Gav Casey and Jared Beanland into the broadcast. This is 98.1 Radio Eastern 98.1, Knox versus Coldstream here and live.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've assembled the call team together for the big clash between Knox and Coldstream. It's third division, first semi-final day. And as I hand it over, and it's a very warm welcome to our commentators this afternoon, Gav Casey and Jared Beanland. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Brash. Great to be out here at Jubilee Park for yet another final in Division 3. I can't wait for this one. Two teams, do or die today, of course, and a match up against Surrey Park in the as an offer in the prelim.
Yeah. Nice to be with you, Jared, Brash and Ray. It's going to be a fantastic game today because it's funny how the underdog, the loser of the final the week before, seems to be in trepidation rather than the team that's coming up from elimination final seems to have momentum in a lot of people's eyes. But in reality, Knox has been higher rated than Coldstream, but not in the head-to-heads. So it's a fascinating contest, this one.
It is. It's almost like you just naturally assume that just because the side that won the elimination final, it's an assumption that they've got to step it up, whereas a side that loses the qualifying final, they know that they got a free hit the week before, so they can go into this game, all right, they lost their first one, they can't afford to play as bad as what they did in that qualifying. They're going to have to bring their A game, and normally that's what brings the best out of them, doesn't it, Ray?
Yeah, it certainly does, Brash. And I've always said, irrespective of who won and who lost last week, as soon as that ball's bounced, 50-50 contest.
I think, Gavin, what makes the contest an interesting. Let's go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
G'day, guys. So just got the toss there. So Coldstream won the toss, and they'll be kicking to the right of your screen. And,
the Aquanation area?
Yeah, I don't know what the road is actually called.
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll call it the Aquanation area.
To the south, or I think southeast is south-southeast, as Gavin corrected earlier.
Yeah, so Knox will be kicking to the left of your screen. Conditions is perfect, I think we all saw on the radar today.
Don't even start.
It's meant to start raining after 5 o'clock. So I think we should have perfect conditions today for football unless something bad happens. But yeah, I'll give you my tip too, boys. I think I'm going to go with Coldstream to win by 15 points today, boys.
Well done, Blake. Thank you very much. And just getting back, Gav and Jared, interesting dynamic in this contest because obviously all the attention's going to be on Darcy Fritz early to kick that 100 goals.
Indeed.
And I'm sure that Coldstream will want to get that milestone out of the contest very early.
Yeah. But the thing is they'll be kicking to him anyway. So it's not like they're searching for his 100. He's the focal point.
That's right.
It's the guy they go to. He presents. Yeah. He's always around the ball. He's one of the options with Edmonds. Yeah. So I think he might have his own nerves, but the side shouldn't have the nerves for him.
No, but look, he's only got to get 2 goals. He's just got to play their normal game.
That's exactly
and they'll get 2 goals. I mean, last week in that last quarter was different. That they were well ahead. Of course, they targeted him, and and he kicked 6 or something in the last quarter.
What do you reckon about selections, Ray? Who you going?
I'm going for Knox. I like these sides that run with the ball, and I think Knox are for me.
Boundary side again, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so just a couple of matchups as well, boys. So Tom Ware, who we saw last week, boys, do a really good job on one of Surrey Park's forwards. He's got the job on Darcy Fritsch.
Knox by 18 for me.
Yeah, Knox by 10 by me.
I've got Coldstream by 4 goals. And we've started with another ball up by the looks of it. At the bottom of it was Cam Shield for Coldstream.
Gee, the ground's in magnificent nick.
It really is. I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams get their running game on. Lehman got the tap down, nearly sharked it himself, but it was a kick into the forward 50 by Fisher, gathered there by Coldstream. Bayliss is going to run on with it. He's got an open goal ahead of him, and he spears it. first blood to the Cougars. And the coach, Jared Bayliss, makes sure of it early.
See, it's always good when the coach gets on the board early, Ray.
Yeah, it certainly is. But this is going to be how important clearances are in this first quarter too.
Yeah, there was too many loose defenders there. They didn't mark it well, mark their players well enough. There too many loose players.
It's interesting to see Conyers in the forward line getting early hands on it because he can come in, roll into the middle if they need some a powerful body. Blake will get one more comment on matchups.
Yes, indeed. So Darcy Carrigan and Jordan Love will also be going head-to-head together as well.
Warned, just try to get the tap going for Coldstream, but again, it's getting under the pack of players and it'll be a ball up exactly where it was only a moment ago. First blood for Coldstream, leading this semi-final, one straight kick. The kick out for Knox goes out wide to the broadcast side here, the pavilion at Jubilee Park, but Coldstream get their hands onto it. But getting it going the other way is Stuckey. He can't get a clear possession, but Fish is there to help him. It's spooned backwards and eventually goes out of bounds. So Knox seem to be physically under a bit of pressure already.
Paul in the stats centre.
Yeah. Let's get some stats, Paul.
They've got the first clearance. Just want to give my tip Coldstream by 9.
Again, it's Fisher roving it, hands it off to a runner. Now trying to get it going forward was Morris, but he's close to the line and out of bounds, so it's on the full. So it's the first foray forward is a misdirected kick, so it's Coldstream who are doing well in defence, and the short pass finds Bayliss on the wing.
Quickly, Blake.
Yeah, so Sam Figg has got the job on Harrison Greaves as well, boys.
Thank you very much. So another spiralling ball forward for Coldstream. No clean possession just yet. At the full of the ball, we had some Knox players tapping it to himself, but getting tackled in the defence there. It was good pressure by Alan Chandler. He just makes sure that that ball stays within the forward 50 for Coldstream. Up we go again. Big Hanlon gets the tap down. Fisher trying to rove it. He's not got much space to work in, and he was forced over the boundary line by Grant.
The one thing that's noticeable early is Coldstream are working extremely hard to keep the ball in their forward 50.
Yeah, indeed. The forward pressure has been pretty superb so far. Chandler and Grant with tackles early. Tapped down. Conti and Carrigan now. Uncharacteristic miss kick, but Knox weren't able to punish it. Castry ended up with the ball. Gets the handball over, and now Langdon. High ball towards the top of the goal square. 2-on-1. 2-on-2, in fact. Edmonds was there. Couldn't make sure of it with a mark, and it's gone over the goal line for a point.
Now let's get some more stats before the ball comes back into play.
Yeah, really dominant start by Coldstream. 4 inside 50s to zip.
And sorry, boys, another key matchup as well. Dyson Morris has also got the job today on Jared Bayliss as well.
So it's Knox with the kick out. It's been walked out. They'll go broadcast side with a long down the line. Greaves in a new number today, Harrison Greaves. Long way away from home, the goal kicker. Now the punch on. This might run on for Knox. Just running over it was Taylor, but he's got some help. Hands it off to Fisher. He gets it forward to Morris. Morris back to Taylor. Taylor keeps it in front of himself. Gets the help of Fisher, who gets it onto Stuckey. Here they run inside 50. Long ball, open goal square. How will the bounce suit the Falcons? They're first there, but it's a pressured ball in the pocket. Hand pass trying to find O'Brien. He couldn't get onto it for Knox, and Coldstream steady under pressure. Hold up nicely. But they are taking their time to assess all options. And now on the run, Pesamedi is the receiver. Time to take a bounce, maybe even second. Looks inboard for the pass. Onto it is Castry. He gets bundled over just after marking, but he steadies in the middle of Jubilee Park. Plays on, didn't see the guy behind him. The umpire lets the tackle go, no encroachment. It's Pesamedi there getting his hand pass to share it for Coldstream. They've had to go backwards after looking promising. Carrigan's got it, possession at half back. He's got a nice up the wing pass, and Coldstream didn't muck it up, even though they were assessing all options, and now they're playing a possession game on the outer side.
So we've seen a jumper change out there. It's only a small one. Zach Hanlon's wearing the 27 instead of the 28. So Coldstream go forward. Chandler gets a bouncing ball towards the top of the goal square. Edmonds is one out. Taps it into the pocket, tapping it to himself. Can he swing round? Oh, he just got tackled, shrugged it, and tried the check side, but it's just gone to the right. Too narrow there, and Coldstream get their second behind on the ball. They are 1-8 to Knox. No score. 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Every time that Coldstream get the ball, they seem to have a lot of time to make what decision wherever they want to put it.
They've settled very nicely into this contest, Ray. It doesn't look like there's any nerves there at all.
Knox did very well running the ball up this wing and got it right up to their forward line, but they've got to maybe keep somebody at home so that when they do that, there's somebody there.
Aaron Taylor was pretty important in that one.
I think O'Brien in the forward pocket didn't lay the shepherd when allowing Goyne to run onto that ball.
Yeah.
There was some confusion whether he wanted to be the receiver or the shepherder, so I think it didn't play out well for Knox in their first inside 50. But they do have a fast break game in them, Knox, and if they can just channel that run into the forward line, they'll do well today.
I reckon Gav, I reckon there might be a slight breeze going down to that Aquanation end, maybe a 2-goal breeze.
We'll get Blake to get some grass and throw it up in the air for us and just see which way it goes for us. Not literally. Oh, he is literally going to do it. Nice one. As in the middle of the ground, it's Taylor hand passing it off to a runner in pairs. Now they're getting forward. Knox. They'll come through the middle. It's a dangerous one, chopped off, but at ground level, Black's going to get onto it, but he's tackled by 2 and holding the ball. There was prior opportunity, says the umpire, so Coldstream quick to play on. Craig's in the middle, goes over his head, but he's got a shotgun runner. Might get back to Craig eventually, but this time it's in the hands of Grant. Grant loads up from 50, hits the post on the right.
Magic.
So it's a minor score. Coldstream doing all the scoring. 7 minutes gone, first term. They are 1-3-9, leading by that margin. Blake Tennant on the wind advantage.
Yes, it is. So it is heading to the Aquanation point of view there when I just flicked up the grass there, boys. So it is heading to the Aquanation end.
We'll get some stats before play.
The clearances at the moment are 2 apiece, and the tackles are 5-2 the way of Coldstream.
Greaves to Weir, and now I believe this is Dyson Morris on the outer side. No, in fact, it's Pears. And his kick was just way too low for Black. That was
really
poor.
Sloppy play there.
Yeah.
I don't think Steve Buckler would be real happy about that.
Not particularly sharp exit of defence there by the Falcons. Still yet to get a score on the board. Haven't had it up their forward line particularly often. And it was actually out in the full. So Coldstream will load up. It's a high ball inside forward 50. They all set themselves, but it was Weir. Tom Weir, a veteran defender, former Basin man, of course.
And he's only 22 and he's a veteran.
Okay, my mistake then.
No.
Player beyond his years, you say.
But he looks like it.
Coldstream goes back inside forward 50. Felstead, it spilled out of his hands. And now it's Knox to take it away through Greaves. Hanlon takes the safe mark. So can they build from here? He's got a runner out on the outer side. It's Fisher. Kicks it to the wing position. Knox kick mark style so far. Scooped up by Love. He's got a runner out on the outer side. It's Barlow. He's kept it in front of himself really well. He didn't hand it to anyone in particular. He was just in trouble, but he was able to gain the territory and shove Verstegen over the boundary line.
What Knox have been able to do, and this is what they've got to do, they've just got to keep the ball off Coldstream, and that's what they've been doing in the last couple of minutes.
They've been able to control the play pretty well thus far. So it's Harry Greaves just takes it out of the ruck, but it didn't go particularly far. Carrigan was there to shark it. Shares it round to the handball, and he's going to go up the corridor. Coldstream have the runners here. Jeremy Conti, he's got Akers in front of him, takes a bounce. He's going to go straight to the arc. Has he got the goals in his sights? This could be a great one for Coldstream. Had to turn to the snap. Top of the goal square, and Fritsch has just spilt it over the line. Oh, exciting play there.
Boys, one thing that Fritz could have done then, if I was Fritz, I'd have got out of that goal square because the defender would have went with him. Because when the player's running down the corridor at full speed, he's not going to be able to kick it 100% effort.
He might have wanted to be the shepherder in the end.
Nah, get out of there while he's coming like that, Gav.
You don't tell the 98 goal kicker.
Yeah, you
what to do.
In that situation, you do.
Knox clearing kick outside 50. On the bounce, though, do they gather it? It's a disputed ball. Turnover, hands it over to Carrigan. Carrigan, left foot, left flank, pulls it around, just misses, pulled it too much, and it misses just across from the right goalpost for another minor score. That's 1-5 Coldstream 11. It doesn't feel like they're wasting opportunities, but the scoreboard says otherwise.
They are, and Darcy Carrigan's been very prominent early.
He's creating havoc, Ray.
Oh, it's a turnover there from Knox, and that's really poor stuff. It's Conti. He's got the space, the pace, and he's got the hands, and now he's got Edmund. That's not Edmonds, that's Grant on the lead. And Bailey Grant, he's been active early, provided some pressure, provided an option. And now he could provide a goal, and it'll be his 16th goal for the year. Former Lilydale under-19. He's got a bit of an angle to negotiate here, just to really make sure of Coldstream's opportunities, and he's done just that. And he pulls his jumper to show that he's a Cougar through and through.
Well, this is a surprising start, really. Here, Coldstream are running on top of the ground here early.
I think the toss has played a big part in this early. I think that's going to be the scoring end today.
Benji.
Yep.
Oh, I just think as well with the big grounds, boys, Coldstream play on this every second week, so I feel like they're using this to the advantage with the big grounds. They enjoy playing on the big grounds, boys.
Great start, Coldstream. A lot of inside 50s now. It's 2-5-17. All the scoring punch forward. Bayless on the run. Goes inside 50. Where's Fritsch? Edmonds is their target. Bayless will do the buttering up, roving at Edmonds' feet. He doesn't get a handle on it, so it's under pressure. Knox do well through Butler, but he puts his teammate under a heap of pressure, and Grant flies in with a tackle. Turnover ball, shot at goal coming for Coldstream.
Not the best hand pass by Butler then.
No, it wasn't. But hence the pressure that Coldstream are putting on here. It's almost like Knox have been hit by a Mack truck in that forward 50. They are just getting besieged.
So there is a bit of a wind that's pushing left to right. Grant judged it beautifully before. Now he sort of puts a spiral in. I don't think he meant the spiral.
Oh dear.
And it's gone like a twirly-whirly, and it's missed to the right.
A whirly-burly.
Boys, if you look at those trees down there to the right of the scoreboard, that wind has picked up going that end.
So there's
Knox just attempting to bring it out of their defensive lines. They're shell-shocked, aren't they? So what are the options going to be here? Weir, a bit more central, but a bit further back. What can his eyes see? Gee, they are stagnant in these early stages of the game. Over the top, this is Capsalis, and that was a poor kick. Perceived pressure. Conti tapped it to himself. He's got two to beat, though. Butler was one of them. They're sharing it through handball. That was a poor handball. Langdon nearly faced it on it. Oh, he just got a free kick given away to him, so even their tackles are going wrong. A Knox. Here's kick inside forward 50. That's Langdon. He's just picked out a couple of Knox players, though. And now they will exit defence once more. That was Ash Black. Bayless comes across to provide the punch, and over the boundary line it goes.
Yeah, the inside 50s are getting out of hand here for Knox. It's 13-2 the way of Coldstream.
I can imagine.
You almost feel like Knox are going to have to try and play a little bit of tempo football here for 5 minutes.
Free kick for a ruck infringement, and that's a lucky break for Knox. It went the way of Murray, and he's handed it off now to Barlow. Takes a couple of bounces, stepped around the coach Bayless, who got a heavy shepherd put on him. Barlow had some space and some time to get it to Stuckey, and his kick was just way too narrow to the boundary line, and it's out in the full. So the entry was just not at all perfect for Knox.
Not an issue with what Knox are trying, but the execution is sorely lacking at the moment.
I wonder, Stuckey's just been caught out a couple of times with that fluky wind, pushing it too close to the line, and this time he didn't find Murphy. So it's two kicks out of defence for Coldstream. The big ruckman was underneath it, but Lehman will see it punched away from him and out of bounds. Centre wing, Jubilee Park, semi-final in Division 3. It's Knox yet to score, but with the wind so far, Coldstream 2-6-18, 15 minutes gone, first term. Big scrap of players on the wing now. It's now got under the pack, and the umpire will have to intervene and ball it up again. So Lehman's a big presence. He's up against Murray, who probably, well, he does engage with the body work. Forward goes the tap for Coldstream. Big body of Craig. Tries to run
lucky
forward.
to get away with that one.
But Barlow wrapped him up.
He took him on and got caught.
It was just a millisecond, I suppose, between a free kick and not, where he had enough possession. And it goes off hands from that ball up and out of bounds. So the big bodies around the contest are doing well. Knocking it forward of the contest has worked well for Coldstream, so they can burst forward. See what Jesse Lehman can do this time up against Murray. Murray gets front position, but good body work. Sees Lehman shepherd it towards a teammate. The hand pass to Conyers doesn't find him. His tackle is over the shoulder. Just well lent in by the opponent, Black, to take that free kick with the over-the-shoulder tackle. He's looking at options.
They're struggling at the moment, looking for an option.
It's a propped kick to centre forward. No mark, but ground level. Nicely done by Fisher. He's bumped off his own possession, and Coldstream tried to sprint forward. Carrigan hands it off, and now the kick goes long by Sheriff. Where is Edmonds coming in late? Goes the punch. Ground level ball. Nicely done by Chandler. His kick was just a 15-metre one, trying to clear the contest, but it only got as far as 10 metres away from goal. So the kick from 30, no score. Kick there by Pears. Now they're trying to share their way out. Knox. This kick is a wobbler off the boot, but Stuckey's there. The wobble might have put him off as he tried to take the chest mark. He butters up nicely, though. His kick forward is a worm burner, and the possessions aren't clean, and Murphy can't get away from a tackler. And it's the skills of Knox that are letting them down going forward. On the wing, Rucks go at it. Again, Lehman takes it out after he tapped it to himself, in effect. His kick off the boot. Gains 30, goes out of bounds, and it's a territory marker for Lehman.
He was prominent last week, and he was really prominent. He was still running over the ground in the last quarter, Lehman. He's got a big tank on him.
Yeah, and he's the sort of bloke, I mean, of course, they don't get any smaller, and he's able to keep pace with the rest of the competition as the game goes on. So free kick given away by Coldstream. It's gone to Dyson Morris. Knox yet to score. Coldstream 2-6-18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 17 and a half minutes. High ball. Hanlon punches it down. Roving it. Knox. Hanlon receives the handball. Stuckey takes the mark. Kick and a half from the Knox goal. Got an option in the pocket. He set it up pretty well, did Stuckey. And the mark's been taken, and it's Aaron Taylor.
Now this is a kick that counts.
And that was a kick that counted, because now they've got a shot at goal. And it's going to be through Sam Goyne. Important kick here.
To say they need a goal here, Knox, it would be an understatement, because they've been completely overwhelmed in this first quarter by Coldstream.
They have, but they've only given away 10 points for the quarter.
That's right.
Sam Goyne looking for his 21st goal of the year. It's a beautiful kick. Knox are finally on the board. And the Falcons celebrate. Maybe that can be a steadier for them.
That will give Knox a heap of confidence now.
It's only a 2-goal margin now. Coldstream did waste their opportunities.
It's been in the last 5 minutes where they've actually controlled the football.
Yeah, and that's what they needed to do.
They needed to do, just slow them down. And at the end of the day, Coldstream, they're 2-6. Maybe their inaccuracy might cost them later on.
So that scoreboard reads as we approach time on first term. Knox on the board, 1 straight 6, trailing Coldstream 2-6-18. Wind advantage going to the right of the broadcast screen to the swimming pool Aqua Nation end, as it's Knox winning it out of the middle, but it's going to go the other way. Can Coldstream get a chain of possessions in effect to get out of this congestion? At half-back, they've bundled off the ball. Taylor picks it up for Knox. Now the inside 50 for the Falcons. The big fly, it's a tackle off the ball, and it's going to go to the Falcons. No advantage played. And it was the 3 defenders going up all at once, but at ground level, it was Greaves being held, and the prominent goal scorer for the Falcons will have another shot at goal to add to his 60 so far this season.
Just for once, that contest in the middle, Coldstream were the side that were under pressure.
So it's in the hands of Harry Greaves from 30 metres out. Shouldn't have much problems with this. And he drills it over the top of the goal, cut the goal umpire's hat. And it's another goal, two in quick succession. And Knox 2 straight 12, only trailing by 6. And it's Coldstream who have kicked 2-6-18.
Well, for a side that were completely dominated for the first 15 minutes and they find themselves just a kick behind, they go into the quarter-time break with a down by 2 or 3 points. I think that's a massive win here for Knox.
That is a massive win for them, Brash, if they can do that.
They persisted with their the style that they wanted to play, and it's paid off.
And they've done well to keep Fritz out of the contest at the moment. He's had no running room or being able to kick the
Back into the centre. Edmonds got the tap, but it was Hanlon to Sharkett, the opposite ruckman. Got it out to Morris, now to Fisher, sharing it round well. They've got a bit more composure now to Knox, but that kick wasn't perfect. Out into space, it was for Taylor. He just got tackled in the end, managed to get the handball away. Loose ball now. The Coldstream player goes again. That was Cameron Shield. He did well. And it's a turnover for Coldstream. Jeremy Conti. We've seen him do this before. He just lost it on the bounce. Able to have the pace to keep it in front of him. However, Lehman was the target. Inside 50. Wrapped up. And Knox just hold them up there.
Tell you what, he's quick over the first 10
He's
yards.
like a racehorse with his head up, isn't he?
I was going to say more like a greyhound or a whippet.
I agree.
Maybe.
The two rucks go at it again. It falls for Pears. Got the handball away. It was Errant, though. It held up his teammate, who had to turn tackler, and it was a high tackle. So that was unfortunate. An unfortunate free kick given away by Jack O'Neill, because I don't think it was particularly his fault. It was just a poor handball, and now Coldstream have another shot at goal, and it's through Felsted.
Yeah, that's just a little bit sloppy there.
Mitch Felsted. He's played a few reserves games this year, was able to break into the senior side late in the season, and that can pay dividends for Coldstream if he gets a goal in a final here, and he's done just that, Mitch Felsted. Coldstream kick away once again, 3-6-24 to 2 straight 12. 22 and a bit minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Knox have just got to try and keep that ball out of the corridor in their back six.
They just can't afford to leak another goal here, Ray.
No.
You know, we're into red time here.
I suppose one thing that Coldstream are doing well is knocking it to their own team's advantage when they've got some flyers like Conti and others who know that if you can get forward of the pack, the forward line ahead of you, it's wide open for a scoring opportunity. So they're taking advantage of strength on top of the ball to knock it to advantage a lot. Edmonds goes in the ruck, gives Lehman a time to have some relief standing in the forward line. But he'll go up against Hanlon in the middle again. Another ball up. Hanlon, bigger body, front position, taps it straight under his own feet. So it'll be a third ball up to happen. As now there's more players around the ball. Rucks go at it. Back of the pack, Craig tries to stand up in the tackle. Can't hand pass it out. The umpire says it's all fair and we'll ball it up again in the middle of Jubilee Park. 24 plays 12. Coldstream with the wind advantage, leading by 12. Hanlon on a handball receive after the ruck contest, bundles it forward. Taylor running after it. Bounce the ball suits him, but the tackler's there straight away in Verstegen. They both go at it again. Ground level ball. Craig's the hand pass receiver, and here's Coldstream trying to go through the middle. Could be dangerous either way if Conti can get onto it. Conti does get onto it, tackled because he's so dangerous, but free kick to Conti. Now he's got a long transfer that goes to centre forward, just over. Kicks it a little bit, does Conti to his running player. Now heap of pressure on Knox. Hand pass towards Fisher. He's under heap of pressure, can't grab it. And the defence wrapped up was Edwards. And
boundary.
just the momentum was trying to get going for Coldstream, but no clear possession won. And Knox were just trying to hold up. And as defence, we'll just go with the ball up now at 45 away from Coldstream goals. There's an injured player for Coldstream, so Blake will get that comment.
Yes, Brock Castry there going down at the end, and that's a big air for the Cougars. He's pointing directly probably to the calf area, I would say.
I'd say it's a right
Actually,
knee.
I thought it was more a knee than anything else, Blakey.
No, I think he's got a sort. Well, his calf might not be as good as his knee, but let's see, because he's really rubbing the right kneecap. It could be one of those knocks that just hurts. I'm hoping anyway. Because
I'm not a doctor, boys.
Well, we know that for sure. As it's now Coldstream kicked it. He's more Dr. Blake than Dr. Phil. And that's saying something.
I thought you were going to say Dr. Feelgood there for a minute, Gav.
Well, I'm not quite there for him.
Definitely a knee.
If that's right.
It's not a calf, it's definitely a knee. So
thanks, Blake.
That's not good. That is not good.
Dr. Obvious again, thank you. As it's now the kick out for Knox. they clear it now, just hoping to hold it up. It was just. Let's hope it's just a knock on the knee there, Blake, in all seriousness, because he was more like inconvenienced than sore. Like he saw more than really injured, you'd hope.
Maybe just a corky even. Maybe that on the knee.
Nothing that a bit of magic spray won't fix.
So
anyway,
tight wrapping the boundary line, but just over. As the seconds on the first quarter starting to run out.
I just felt that the Knox back six have fumbled a lot, Ray. They're not been able to take the ball cleanly.
Yeah, you're right, Brash.
So back into play. Lehman gets the tap down. Shucked, but held up was, I think that was Conyers out there, indeed. I just get the feeling that Knox know that they can't go with Coldstream's speed and they're trying to control the game, but they've just been nervous. Verstegen, inside forward 50, punch away from the Knox defence. That was well done. The fist of Mitch Greaves.
It's that running game of Coldstream through the midfield that really worries Knox.
Yeah.
Because they can't match him on the rebound.
So as we wait for the ball to come back in, 26.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 12-point lead to Coldstream. Fritsch was wrapped up. We'll get another ball up. So a bit of a cagey end to this quarter, perhaps. Tap back down. And it was Harry Greaves this time who got it out. A long way from home he was. Warren with the spoil, but Knox were front and centre. Handballing it round was Dyson
nobody
Morrison.
to
now
kick it
Fisher.
to. Nobody.
Yeah, you called it, Ray. Absolutely no one ahead of him. So now how does Knox go for pace to this ball? They're not going to win it. Langdon hands it back. And the kick forward, it's going to land in the chest of the coach. Bayliss. Can he spot someone up inside forward 50?
Well
Weir
well
was
done.
Fantastic there. Good strength, good marking ability, and he will exit defence. He's got Stuckey on the outer side.
Got to say, Weir's taken the points against Fritsch so far.
Fritsch is on the boundary, Brash. Been there for the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Is he?
Yep, been off.
No, he's on. He's got the pink boots up in the forward 50. Anyway.
It was Pears who had to scoop it up on the boundary line. And the mark's been taken in forward 50 by Joe Morris. Sorry, not Joe Morris, Joe Murphy.
Yeah, just when Knox come out of defence and he had nobody to kick it to, he did look up and see Blake there and he said, well, I'm not kicking it to him.
No, exactly right. You just couldn't mistake it, could you?
Fascinating opportunity for Knox to cut the margin to just 6 points on the quarter time siren. Murphy has just pushed it across the face and it's out in the full. So no score whatsoever for Knox. They'll go into quarter time trailing 2 goals 12 to 3-6 24. Goal scorers this quarter, Harry Greaves and Sam Goyne for Knox. Jared Bayliss, Bailey Grant and Mitch Felstead, all singles for Coldstream. Thank you so much for joining us in this Division 3 semi-final. We'll be back with the second quarter after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
EFNL game day on a Sunday, a beautiful day so far. The conditions might change later, but it's finals football, Division 3 semi-final. It's Knox coming down from their loss last week to play the winner of the elimination final in Coldstream. Coldstream with the wind advantage in that first quarter, kicked 3-6-24 to lead Knox 2 straight 12. The goal kickers for Coldstream, it's been Bayliss, Grant and Felsted. And for Knox, it's Harrison Greaves and Sam Goyne kicking one apiece. Gavin Casey and Jared Beamlin, your commentary team. Ray Baird and Wayne Brasher in the special comments, and Ray will get some talk about that first quarter.
Yeah, well, look, Coldstream jumped out of the blocks. They're kicking with that wind down towards that swimming pool end there, and they were all over Knox in the first, part of that quarter. But look, slowly that Knox got themselves back into the game. But what they did, I don't know whether it was through method or just through unfortunate circumstances. When Knox did get the ball out of the centre clearances there was nobody up there to kick it to. So that's something that they've got to be aware of, not this quarter, because I believe that the ball's going to be more in this forward 50 on our right-hand side than what it is the other one in this quarter. But look, Knox got themselves back into it, but at certain times, it's just the run in the wide open spaces of Coldstream that make them look good, Brash.
Most definitely. But one of the things that I will say about Knox is I just sort of feel like that Barlow, Taylor and Stuckey maybe sometimes biting off a little bit more than what they can chew. I think sometimes they don't play the percentages. I know they want to create, but sometimes when you create, you put your team out of position. And I think that sort of, whilst it's good and you want your players to express themselves, sometimes you got to bite the bullet and play the percentages. I just sort of felt that back six of Knox for the first 15 minutes were under a lot of pressure, but that was because of the forward pressure that Coldstream put on them. It's going to be an interesting second quarter because I sort of feel that Knox can't afford to be playing they're going to have to go a lot more direct in this second quarter and can't afford to get caught in the pockets because that'll be exactly the way Coldstream will want to clog them up.
They're efficient going forward at least, and I have concerns about Coldstream's backline for when they do get it down there, Knox, but perhaps they just haven't had that time to settle. Just looking for Blake on the boundary line, and he's got Steve Buckle with him.
Yes, I do, Steve. Slow start, but did you feel like in the last 10 minutes you kind of got it back on your turns on how you wanted to move the ball and all that?
Yeah, look, we started to get a bit of momentum back. But yeah, we're own worst enemy at the start. It's just easy, like bad turnovers, skill execution. And we just let them spread from contest a little bit better than us. So once we kept our eyes low and kept the ground width, we started getting a little bit of momentum.
What are you looking forward to for the next half? What adjustments are you going to make? What do you think will get the win for you for the last three quarters?
Well, look, hopefully we can actually get some more momentum. We can get the ball just flowing into our forward line a little bit more, keep the ground width, right, and just get our handball receives and our legs going.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Blake, and Steve Buckle for giving up his time on the boundary. Just before we start quarter 2, we've got time for some stats based on what happened in the first quarter.
Yeah, so the clearances were 9-6 the way of Coldstream, inside 50 marks 3-2 the way of Knox, intercept marks 3-1 the way of Knox, tackles 14-12 the way of Coldstream, inside 50s 19-7 the way of Coldstream, and the free kicks 4-5 the way of Coldstream.
First clearance goes to Knox, and it's through Pears. He was running backwards, managed to make it all the way back to his defensive arc. Goes forward, now into the forward line. Carrigan was there. It's come off hands, and a free kick holding the man, that is. And it's going to go the way of Sam Goyne. He's kicked 1 goal already. Such an important opportunity for Knox here. They'll gain some confidence out of this if he's able to kick it.
Do you think Pears bamboozled Coldstream? They were like, you can keep running that way if you like.
Is that why they didn't tackle him?
No, I don't reckon. They was like, go all the way, mate.
They let him through. So right from the arc, Sam Goyne is on target.
That's a goal.
He's got it. Knox making the most of their opportunities, and that was an important one. That's his second for the day.
And that's exactly what you want to do in the first opening minutes of any quarter. You want to hit the scoreboard early when you know that can take advantage of a wind that it could possibly aid you to kicking 3 or 4 quick ones.
That's a great kick too, just inside the 50, and it is 50 here at Jubilee
Genuine
Park.
50.
Yeah.
Just seeing Brock Castry running out that knee injury that he had before. He's able to jog at least.
It's whether he's going to be able to hyperextend it throughout the rest of the afternoon is going to be the question.
I'd be very surprised. I've been watching him. Very surprised if he comes back on.
Let's ask Dr. Blake.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that. He looks in good spirits. He's running at the moment, but I do have some scores too, by the way, boys. So White Horse Pioneers winning over Kilsyth 14-12 at this stage. And down at Tormore Reserve, it's Montrose 14 to Beaconsfield 14 as well. So a draw down there.
Well, it's tied. It's not a draw until it's officially ended. But we get your point. It's now in the hands of Knox, and there was a bit of a gushing moment there as he got knocked down in the play, and it's going to be a ball up backward of centre circle for Knox. So Lehman goes up in the ruck. He's handed it over to his teammate. The kick goes inside forward line. Edmonds running onto it. Can't get away from his opponent, and it'll be a ball up 40 metres from the goals
boundary.
of Coldstream. Blake again from the boundary.
Yes, and Templestowe lead Croydon 18-9 as well. So big one there, boys.
Kick out of the pack by Hanlon. He clears the area, goes out to the wing. Stucky's been good. He's up against his opponent, Pesametti. Bounce of the ball, suits him, and he's galloping towards the goals. He hooks it back nicely, and here they go. Knox on the fly. This will be a great team goal. Knox Falcons tie it up, and on the run it was beautifully finished by O'Brien, and Stuckey clever. The inside to look inboard, hooks it back as he's galloping towards goal, and O'Brien finished. What a great play for Knox. Started in the back with a clearing kick from Hanlon.
That's the sort of play that Knox will need to do to take control of this quarter. Fantastic there, a big kick for goal by the big man on the run too.
And they had the numbers in their forward 50 that caught Coldstream out. Coldstream back 50, pushed too far up.
I was very impressed with Stuckey there. I think he stuffed up a couple of inside 50s in the first quarter. That would be a confidence builder for him.
Because he played the percentages.
Exactly. He did exactly what you said, Brash. Back into the middle we go. Lehman got the tap down this time. Bayliss was there. Lehman goes off the ground again. Fisher was the first to it, tackled immediately, however, knocked off it, holding the man. Advantage goes to Knox. Hanlon's handball was awful, and his teammate had to turn tackler. That was Pears. It was a solid tackle.
Yeah, very bad hand pass by Hanlon then.
It was a Ruckman's hand pass, wasn't it? Hanlon taps it down. And sharked by Coldstream. Conyers gets the handball out to Verstegen. Bit of a pedestrian kick inside forward 50. Felsted was there. In fact, it was Grant. Third time's the charm. Chandler ends up tackling.
Too high to tackle.
And it was too high.
Yep.
So Knox will clear their defensive lines. Black was the target, Ash Black, and it was a long target too. Verstegen was putting pressure on him. Didn't matter. Inside forward 50, go Knox. Spills to ground. Pesamenti tackled with it. Oh, they're going to take advantage of the ball spilling out. That's a great goal. Open goal it was, and Sam Goyne kicks his third. Knox hit the lead by a goal.
And that's what happens when you put forward pressure on the back 50. They're creating mismatches at the moment, Ray, Knox.
And what they did, Breast, they moved the ball quickly.
Yep. That was really good play there because they basically had all Knox and Coldstream had all the numbers up the ground.
I just don't remember who it was in front of us. He could have come in and tried to mark it, but he just waited for the ball to hit the ground and it ricocheted off in his direction and he was off to the races.
That was Ash Black.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary line with Blake.
Brock Crustery about to come onto the ground as we speak now, boys.
Good stuff.
Glad to see he's well. Clearing the pack was Murray. His kick forward's been chopped off by Bayliss. He's been industrious for Coldstream. Can he get it going as he kicks long down the middle? But it's been chopped off and the numbers are now developing as Fisher's got the ball for Knox on the wing. He goes forward. He's got Capsalis. No, sorry, that's Black. Black goes again long and it's been a chopped off kick. He was just hoping when he went to the pocket that he had a man there. But it's been chopped off. The short kick finds Bayliss, who's just wanting to settle it down and stop the play just for a little bit. Here's a transfer. They'll go across ground. It sits up, puts it a lot of pressure on Coldstream. The coach might have made a mistake. Here goes Goyne again. Was he taken high? He was hoping so. Not seen that way by the umpire. Coldstream under a heap of pressure. The bounce, the ball goes to Hammond, but he's, as hand passes as tackled, gets it to Langdon. Langdon tries to get down the line and just clear the defence because they're under a heap of pressure, and O'Brien nearly chopped off Bayliss's telegraph kick across ground. Always dangerous.
Steve Buckle would be absolutely wrapped with the pressure that they're applying, Knox.
Let's get some stats early in this second term.
Yeah, the inside 50s at the moment are 4-2 the way of Knox.
It's a complete reversal, and obviously it's a wind thing, but I think Knox are getting a lot of confidence and momentum out of every stoppage. And they're getting it going because only 30 minutes ago we were talking about how hapless they were. One-way traffic. So it's an interesting game, footy. Momentum's everything. And it's Knox leading 30-24, 7 minutes into this second term. Boundary throw in. It's at half forward for Coldstream, but again, it's in the hands of Knox. Fisher, hand pass received, closer line, tries to dodge around his opponent. Dribbles a kick forward. No clear possession for overside. Again, nicely scrapped there by Butler, but it's one out through the numbers of Coldstream. Carrigan's bundled over and pushed out of bounds, so they just can't get a steady look at the next possession, can they, Coldstream? And this time, Carrigan was pushed out of bounds by Butler.
So back into play on that outer side wing, just under the scoreboard. Lehman versus Murray.
Free kick.
And
yes, it was. He fell. Yeah, he fell into his back. That was crude there by Joe Fisher.
So Conyers gets the hits up the leading man in Grant.
Almost a 25 there for the guy goes down after a mark. It's sort of there's only one reason. He was pushed in the back after he marked it.
And he's just turned it straight over his Grant. And he's
Cashry on the ground now, boys.
Good to hear, Blake. Thank you very much. So Grant hit up Pears as if he were his own teammate, and Pears is going to let the wind carry it, but he just overcooked it in that case, and Lehman was the one to take the mark. So they're playing a game of checkers at this point. Bounce and a running kick inside forward 50, punch by Greaves, and it's going to go over the boundary line.
Ray, it seems ironic that for the first 15 minutes, Carrigan was really prominent running through the midfield, and then all of a sudden, as soon as he went out of the game, right, Knox really have taken control. He's had no influence since then.
He went on the boundary for a while, but I've been watching. What Jordan loves doing is keeping Carrigan on his right foot, and he is a left footer. So he's out of his normal position, Carrigan.
Bayliss got it on the arc there after that throw in, and Coldstream, they've hit up a man inside forward 50.
Nothing pretty about it, but you take it every day of the week.
And guess who took the mark?
Carrigan. And it's Carrigan.
It's Carrigan.
That's right.
God. Gee, they come back and burn you, some of these players, don't they? And he probably kicked this just to rub salt into the wound.
Well, it'll be his 12th for the year. has had less of a goal-kicking role this year. More options for Coldstream, but it's handy when he kicks them anyway.
But he's
missed it. It would have been handy. So Coldstream not making the most of their opportunities, just as they were in the first quarter. They're at 3-7-25. They trail Knox by 5 points.
It's a
30.
bit like yesterday with Waverley Blues.
Yeah, I was just thinking that
bomb
as well.
That's a torpedo bomb.
Ooh. But it's been marked by Langdon, who was the back of a pack of players. So he goes forward. There's 2v1, and Conyers being one of them. He's got the short pass to the other, and Castry, bounce gets to Castry, so has to get it back to Conyers. So Conyers lines up for 45. Where's Fritsch? Oh, it's fallen in the hands of Edmonds, though. And Edmonds at the back of the pack put the big backside out and said, I'll put it on the chest of the goal line, and runs in. Is it a push?
Oh, I've marked it down.
Yeah, well, we can't reverse it then. It's been marked down on our sheets, but it's not a goal to Coldstream because Edmonds' big push-off was too excessive. The umpire said, we're going to penalise you, and it's a free kick, and 25 for the kick out over the fence.
So Knox are going to link it up through handballs. It's now come to Barlow, speeding into forward 50. His kick to the top of the goal square, but putting himself in the way was Sheriff. And that was good reading of the play by him. Down in the back 50 for Coldstream. Going to tightrope the boundary line. They're doing pretty much what Knox was doing, trying to control it out of their defensive lines, and they look a little bit look like they're struggling a little bit with that.
I've got a score update. Beaconsfield lead 4-4-28 over Montrose 2-2-14.
I won't let you diagnose this one, Blake, but that looks like a groin injury to Grant.
Oh, that is problematic potentially. So Knox, well, they had the running man out in front.
Fisher.
And that's a goal, and it's Fisher. And that's the 6th for Knox, and they are dead-eye dicks today. 6 straight, 36 to 3-7-25. And what a turn of play that was from Edmonds, pushing the back down the other end.
Well, that's been costly, hasn't it, when the opposition turn the ball over and they kick a goal like that. But what Knox are doing, Brett, and I really like it, every time they come into that forward 50, they're running to the ball, with the ball into that forward 50.
Maybe Steve Buckle's doing that thing. He's pushing up those forward pockets and half forwards.
I wonder who told him that before the game.
Certainly not me, because he turned around and said that he'd already been practicing it.
Yeah.
I'm not taking any credit for that.
Take it when you can, Brush.
Rucks go out of the middle of the ground. Knox getting on the run, and this time it's bundled for Barlow. Long ball. No mark taken, ground level. Love might just match it with a ground level ball. Sharks it towards O'Brien. His kick been roved beautifully by Taylor. Taylor puts it on the boot. It's another goal. They're now getting a sniff of the goals, and they're hitting the ground running. And the bounce of the ball suiting these guys on the move. And this time it's Taylor at the foot of O'Brien. Puts it on the boot from 30 metres out. It's another goal to Knox. They're 5th for the quarter. That's 5 goals in less than 13 minutes of play. They are 7 straight, 42. And that contradicts in terms of straight goal kicking. Coldstream 3-7-25.
Coldstream are at the crossroads now. They have got to stem the flow in this quarter. Even if they don't score, they've got to at least control the ball and take it away from Knox. As you said, Gab, complete opposite to the first quarter.
5 goals in the quarter to Knox, 1 behind to Coldstream. Lehman got the tap down, shocked by Paz. Running onto it now is Morris. He's got time and space to weigh his kick. It's going to fall for O'Brien. Langdon was there as well. What have Coldstream got in their back line? Do they have the composure? Hammond, he's just miskicked it towards the boundary line.
That kick went there because
deliberate.
The pressure of the 2 Knox guys coming in towards the kicker.
He had no intention of finding an opponent, a player there, Hammond.
No. I don't think he's a left footer, and he got rushed onto it.
He was pressurised by the 2 opponents coming towards him.
Not a strong leg.
Tell you what, he's a big unit, this O'Brien.
Ben O'Brien. He's going to walk in for his 20th goal for the season. If he kicks it, he's just set it high up to the top of the goal square. Oh, it's just fallen out the back, and the umpire, with his eagle eyes, he managed to see that was touched.
Well, that would have been goal of the day if we had one.
Oh, indeed. So the first blemish for the Falcons. They're at 7-1-43 to Coldstream 3-7-25. 14 minutes gone.
Well, for the first 15 minutes of this game, Coldstream were in total control and Knox were under the pump. From that moment onwards, Knox have just taken and seized the initiative again.
Brash, is that what we saw last week with Oakley Districts as well? They controlled the first part of that quarter last week and then were out of the contest.
Let's get some stats with Paul.
Clearances this quarter are 6-4 the way of Knox.
So they're getting on top where it matters, and the finishing has been all class in this quarter. Again, on the ball, Taylor. He just overruns it a little bit, and he can't grab it before it goes out of bounds. And I think Coldstream are just playing for time a little bit here. They're happy to get some stoppages, maybe reassess their options and get some control back around these stoppages. But Lehman sort of been held around, and the umpire saw it. It's just pretty obvious by Murray. Once Lehman got in front, he trailed and tackled Lehman. So Lehman will take the free kick, but they're all looking a bit fatigued, Coldstream. And the proppy kick, though, that comes off the bench. Nice timing there to be by White as Conyers walks off. White comes in and takes the mark, and I don't think the kicker would have known he was on the field only a second before. So it's a good mark there for Coldstream. Ground level ball picked up by Carrigan. He's got a runner on. Now it gets into the hands. Hand pass to Grant. Grant, he just tries to get on his right foot, but that's where his opponent was. So the smothered ball allows Knox just to hold up the attack. The quick kick there by White. Bundles it forward. Bouncing ball. Knox do well to hold up in defence.
That was such an important smother by Mitch Greaves because Knox defenders had all gotten sucked up the ground.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. Just think that's having two-sided would have advantaged Grant if he could have stayed on his left. Quick kick goes forward for Coldstream, eludes the attacker, and it'll be out of bounds. Felsted just sees opponent take it over, so it's a ball in 10 metres around from the right post.
Would that be Fritz's first possession in the game?
Yeah, I think so.
It would be, yes.
Yep.
So they've done well, Knox, keeping me out of it.
Well, have they done well, or is Coldstream's systematic game of trying to go forward just dilapidated at the moment? Clearing kick has been marked, and so here's another opportunity. There's a Fritz Roch, and it's mostly with the Falcon defenders, as they're so panicked that the spiral was silly, but Bayliss picks it up, plays on quickly from 40. Now they're trying to just inspire themselves, Coldstream, in the hands of Felsted, one way and the other, and his hurried kick on the left has been chopped off at the top of the goal square. So when you're spiraling from 55 and not spotting up leads, you're just bereft of ideas, maybe. Kick out goes towards Lehman, goes the punch, ground level. Felsted gets it over to the runner. Bayliss will load up. This will be a big effort. Rez Fritsch late to the party. Punch comes in and the defence kill it. And it's a minor score for Coldstream, 3-8-26, trailing Knox 7-1-43. 12-point lead at quarter time. Now they trail by 17. Do Coldstream 17 minutes second term.
Intercept marks this quarter 5-2 the way of Coldstream.
Thank you very much, Paul Uconi. As it's Mitch Greaves to bring it in for Knox. Fisher had a bit of work to do to secure that ball, but he marked it under a little bit of pressure. Black was the option on the corner of the square. Building the ball nicely at Knox. Trying to spread Coldstream's defence. And it's the kick by Gwynn. Bouncing ball out in front of his teammate. In slides Grant, but couldn't pressurise enough. So now it's with Mitch Greaves. And a enormous kick towards Harry Greaves into the pocket. Geez, that's a huge gain of territory.
Gee, that was a... I reckon that went all of about 60 metres there.
Went a long way.
That was impressive. But it's a ball in now in Knox's forward 50.
Gee, another goal here for Knox. That would be real handy for them.
For sure. Back into play. Tap down by Harry Greaves. And into the hands of the Knox forwards. Oh, just a...
Good result, though.
Dribbling ball into the...
Boundary post.
Into the point post. That's a boundary throw-in now for Knox in their forward line.
You can't miss going with those green boots, can you?
No.
Can't miss Fisher with them either.
So, and it goes Craig just trying to hand it out to Hammond. And his handball was errant. Goes over the boundary line. Back still in the pocket. Paul in the stat centre.
Just got a score from Divi 2. Templestowe 4-8-32 to Croydon 3-4-22.
Around the grounds, Bulldogs in the finals in the AFL. Just want to say.
Thanks,
Thanks
Who
for
are
that.
they?
I'm glad one of us is excited on the panel.
No, I've tipped the doggies too as well, so happy about them.
Oh, you have to when Collingwood's not in it.
Oh, very happy they're not in it. Yes.
So back to EFNL. What's important here? Coldstream have managed to force it out of their defence with no clean possessions, just with pressure. But it's another boundary line throw in front of Coldstream's bench. As the play has slowed down a little bit. The Cougars just trying to cling on in this quarter. Fisher round the body, top of the goal square, holds up in the wind. And the mark's been taken by Sheriff. He's going to go across the goal. That's such a dangerous kick. Gwynn, who's come forward, snaps the goal.
Gee, that is confidence at the football. His opponent was in the better spot and he took it off him as he ran past. That's a great goal.
Impressive stuff there. And just such a missed kick by Sheriff. And really letting them in.
It's like they got a semaphore system. They are telegraphing every kick in defence and just giving Knox a run at goals.
Even Bayliss did that. Even the coach.
But this is what pressure does. It makes your decision-making scrambled. And even in defence, they're taking risks and biting off more than they can chew.
They're running on top of the ground at the moment.
Yeah, it's electrifying goal scoring here for Knox. 6-1 they've added in 20 minutes of football, and they've left Coldstream only scoring 2 points. So what was a 12-point deficit now is a 23-point advantage, but it's in the hands of the running Conti. And he's taken 2 bounces. He went a long way before the second bounce, and he just rushed himself in the kick and it's been chopped off again. And the inside 50s are not hitting targets, and Fritsch must be really shattered at the moment. He can't get a sniff of it. But the kick long down the line. Coldstream had some numbers, but the drop mark allows Knox to come in and win a free kick for over the shoulder. Conyers too fierce. And even with the numbers, they can't get the advantage. The running ball from halfback, long. 1v few, and it's going to be the few that hold up first with Sheriff, but ground level. Gowan is again strong around the contest. He was the tackler this time. A lot of pressure on Coldstream. They're going backwards. Pesameti's got it. Kicks around the corner, but that'll be on the full. So the pressure is huge.
You like your forward 50s to work their backside off, and that's what they did there, keeping the ball in.
Long ball, goal square, big man dropping back, takes the mark on the line in effect. And he had his eyes and he had the position, and a big mark taken, and it's in the hands of Harrison Greaves, who really hasn't done much himself other than the one shot at goal, but he had great position there, and he was always going to be the man to take the mark from that kick forward. So from the goal line, most acute angle you could imagine, he puts it on his right, he tries to go straight, and that is precision perfect football in terms of not around the corner, no dance to the left, straight at the goals from an acute angle, and it's another one. 2 goals to Greaves in this game, and it's 9 to Knox now, 9-1, 55, leading by 29 points. Coldstream of 3, 8-26.
Maybe he's a meteorologist as well. He just read the wind. He knew he needed to put it straight and let the wind push it through.
For a big guy to go back and have the confidence when he's that close to goal, no need to run around and do the fancy stuff. Just go back and thread it through the needle.
The one thing that Knox have done now is they've basically forced Coldstream.
6-6-6 infringement by Coldstream as Deacon White was completely out of position, and Zach Hanlon will take the ball. Sorry to cut you off there, Brash, but it goes forward for Knox. Fisher, he just roved it well, had the composure to snap round on the body, but on the last line of defence, spilt over the line for Coldstream, and the one behind to Knox. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
6 free kicks to 2 this quarter the way of Knox.
And there's the pressure.
Yep.
So Coldstream, last line of defence. You really feel like those opportunities in the first quarter that went begging and now biting them in the rear. McInerney took the ball and just went the short option in defence, and it's Gary Conyers. Ball towards Conti, and his hands were very safe there, but he just tried to put the pace on, ran into trouble, got it out to Carrigan. Fritsch, who's worked his way up the ground. Tom Weir, what a game he's played.
Yep.
Oh, but he's given away the free kick. So Fritsch a long way from home. Where's he going to go with this? What options does he have forward? Grant, he's going to be the one to set himself there. Just got the punch away. Scooped up by Gwynn, the goal kicker from before, to Pears. And now O'Neill. Check side kick out of defence. Is it going to work out for them? It just might. And now it's Butler into the centre of the ground. Verstegen. And he's up against O'Brien, in fact. Laid the tackle. Ball in dispute. Coldstream have some space to work in. Pesamenti got it out to Verstegen again. He's going up against O'Brien once more. O'Brien wins out this time. Gets the handball off to an option. And centering ball, sharing it round. Stuckey, and now Knox go forward. Greaves just punched away from him. Solid defence there by Fig. Continues to harass Greaves towards the line.
Do you know what the big difference is? Second efforts by Knox. Even the big boy then in that marking contest, he was the first one to get up. That is huge. Second efforts in this quarter by Knox.
Time ticking down in this quarter. 25 and a bit minutes gone. And Coldstream, gee, their season could be slipping away if they're not able to rectify this quarter of damage.
What they've done now, Knox, is they've forced Coldstream to come out and have to play a quarter of the ages just to get back into the contest.
Exactly right.
Hanlon late to the contest, but he gets there in time. O'Brien to the fall of the ball, and it's off the pans of players, and O'Brien sharply from the left pocket kicks another goal, and Knox put on their 10th. It seems like a procession now going to the swimming pool end. It's 10-2-62. Knox leading Coldstream 3-8-26, and another goal to O'Brien. He's second for the term.
I can guarantee you, 15 minutes into the first quarter, I didn't see this coming.
No, none of us did. 8 goals to 1 in this quarter.
And we said that Knox had to use the breeze and use it well in this quarter. They've played the perfect quarter that you want in a final. Because they have set this game up right, and they've got the game on their terms, at their mercy now.
Even when Lehman in the centre bounces, he's winning the knockout, but Knox is sharking the ball. They're getting the clearance still, so it doesn't matter if he's winning knockouts.
Knox giving themselves the best opportunity for a preliminary final berth in a week's time. Lehman had dropped it. Umpire didn't see it. Tackle was laid on James Fisher. We'll get a ball up. And Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
Got a score update from Division 1. Beaconsfield 6-6-42 to Montrose 2-3-15.
Thank you very much, Paul. As we get another ball up.
Gee, that's a handy lead for Beaky.
Yeah.
Massive lead.
How you feeling, Blake? Happy?
No, I wouldn't say that, Brash.
Come on, Brash, that was a needle.
That was not needed, Brash.
So surely we will be hearing the halftime siren soon. Knox get the clearance though. And running onto it, this is Stuckey, in fact, just brought over the line by Pesamenti. Ball in.
Just want to say, Brash, how's the double chance from yesterday? Lost that yesterday, Brash?
Yeah, weren't good enough yesterday, Blake. We live to fight another day.
You're here to do boundary on this game, Blake. Come on.
Lehman taps it down, but straight to Hanlon. Back to Lehman. Kick into the centre of the ground. Scooped up by Knox, however. High ball, and it's Stuckey camped underneath it. Pesamenti did well enough to disrupt his effort.
Look at that.
And a good tackle laid by the Knox forwards.
That was well done by Bro because he knew that the Coldstream player was going to take the possession and he tackled him at the right time to get that stoppage.
Hanlon gets the tap, centering. Nothing doing there for Love. Ball trickles towards the line and Hammond is happy to see it over.
They can't hit a target at all, at all at Coldstream, Ray.
No. Brash, in this quarter, you look at last week's winners for Coldstream, they've hardly had a touch this quarter.
No.
So getting the clearance. Who's it going to be? Off hands, out into space. Not much space,
Free
though,
kick
for Capsalis to work in.
Gee, I thought he was unlucky not to get the free kick because the Coldstream player completely fell into his back there.
Another ball up. And it's going to go straight over the boundary lane. Gav, get us moving.
Well, we'll see what happens, but let's just have a look at the scoreboard. It's Knox 10-2-52 leading Coldstream 3-8-26. It's 50 metres around from their goals. Hanlon wins the tap at ground level. Can't getting it forward. It was Chandler. He's knocked off his own kick. So that's a disputed ball. Taylor couldn't get onto it. Now the big men go, and it's going to be a free kick to Lehman, who was underneath his opponent and Hanlon, and takes advantage of the umpire saying it's a push in the back. So they'll just slow it down, and I reckon Coldstream will happy if this score didn't change before the siren.
He's going down the line.
Smart players go down the line. Who's he got at there? Fritsch is on the wing looking for a kick, but he can't get near it, and it's now half-time, and what a transition we've had from quarter time to half-time. What was a 12-point deficit as Coldstream had the wind advantage in the first term. Now it's an 8-quarter to no reply term by Knox. At half-time, they lead by 26, 10-62. Sorry, that's 36. Coldstream 3-8-26. It's half-time in the semi. Knox leading by 36. And we'll come back for more after this short break and a wrap of the first half by our team.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park for the Division 3 semi-final between Knox and Coldstream. And it is half-time here, and it is the Falcons 10 goals to 62, leading Coldstream 3-8-26. And it was all done on that second quarter, Blake, of an 8-goal quarter to zip from the Falcons. There has been a bit of a breeze to the right side of your screen, down to the Aqua Nation end of the ground. But it's a massive second term that has really opened up this game for Knox.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a slow start for the Falcons, but as I think Gav Casey said, I think they kicked 6 goals in that second quarter as well. Just a massive turnaround for Knox. You know, they had started off really slow. Coldstream got on top of things, you know, back to what they're known for. But I just want to say how good are the two backmen of, you know, both clubs have been playing. You know, seeing the likes of Tom Ware, who as we alluded to, was a veteran, but he's actually 22 years of age.
I don't know who called him
Jared,
a veteran.
I think Jared did. Jared
that's a bit of a surprise. But, yeah, he's been unbelievable, hasn't he?
But we also got to give some love to Sam Figg, who's doing the job on Harrison Greaves. I know Harrison Greaves, he's kicked 2 goals already, but I think we've also got to allude to him, how good he's been on his impact on Harrison Greaves as well.
Well, the big thing for Knox is that they've had such a great spread of goal kickers in this first half, and we know how Greaves dangerous he is, and he's certainly had a couple of opportunities and kicked a couple of goals. But O'Brien's hit the scoreboard. Goyne's been so good in that, particularly in that second quarter where he got a couple on the board. You talk about Guine, you talk about Fisher, and even Taylor hitting the scoreboard as well. So that they've had plenty of players that have come through, and they've had that involvement from the midfield. But as you mentioned, I think Tom Weir, if we did have a Best on Ground award today, I would give it to Weir because he's just been able to shut down the most dangerous player or the most dangerous forward on the ground in Darcy Fritsch, who has just not got near it, and that's all credit to Weir. The one-on-one contest they've been battling against, Weir's won the battles, and then Knox have really set the ground up well that they're not giving a chance to Darcy to really lead up and have their midfield group deliver the ball to him.
No, definitely as well. But I also want to say the midfield is well on top over Coldstream at the moment. But the thing about what Tom Weir is doing to Darcy Fritsch is he's taking him to the boundary, Ryan. He's taking him across there, and Fritsch is a very dominant forward. We know that, but he's taking him to the boundary, and he's not giving him space, through the fat side of the ground, and which is terrific by what Tom Weir is doing. And I think he's been very good for Knox. Probably been there. Best player to date right now. I know there's a few players, seeing Sam Goyne as well. He's kicked 3 goals. Another small, crafty forward, which is going good for Knox. But their midfield is just working so much better than Coldstream. And, I did say it at the start, the big grounds could go in Coldstream's favour, for the start. But Knox have just turned the tables around and, booted 6 goals, and that's second quarter.
Well, it certainly did look like in that first half where you looked at the run and pace of Coldstream through the midfield. Jeremy Conti is an absolute jet. When he gets the ball, he's off and racing. I
was very surprised, Ryan, that he didn't kick that goal. He should have.
When he was running inside 50.
Yeah, just probably around here in the first quarter. He should have honestly kicked that goal. I don't know why. Maybe the nerves got in the best, maybe that, or he decided, I thought I was running too far. So,
And you also look at Carrigan probably needs to have a massive second half if they're to come back in this game and win. They are going to the scoring end of the ground, but we have been told the Storms are coming very quickly and they've been upgraded to severe.
Are you going to jinx it?
I think at this stage it doesn't matter if we say it or not. It's coming and the rain is going to come. So this margin of what now is 6 goals, it's pretty much just about a match-winning margin. If Coldstream don't kick the first 2 or 3 in quick succession, I would say this game is just about done.
Are we going to get a delay like Friday night?
Well, I hope not, because I don't want to be here till 7 o'clock and have the delays that much.
Well, Knox might win full stop then.
Depends how far ahead they are and what I don't know what the protocols are for that. But having a look at this game, we'll get our tip before we sign off. But just quickly, Blake, you've got some scores around the grounds because there's a few finals that are taking place at the moment.
I do. Just getting my Play HQ up. Here we go. Beaconsfield all over Montrose at the moment. 6-6-42 to Montrose 2-3-15. So not going well for the Demons there. Down at Walker Park, it's Templestowe 4-9-33. To Coldstream, 3-4.
Croydon.
Croydon, 3-4-22. That's a big one down there as well.
I don't think anyone would have tipped.
Well, I think I heard some people say that they're limping into the finals. So
they are. Their form's not been great.
And Whitehorse are leading Kilsyth 7-7-49 to Kilsyth 4-3-27. I think we all predicted that one to go the way of the Pioneers. So. Big things there. Keep it going. The live streams, everyone's doing it this week, which is good. We love that. But Ryan, I'll throw it over to you though. But what's your tip, mate? Who you going to tip here?
Oh, I think Knox. I tipped Knox before the game. I didn't think they'd be leading by a 6 to 7 goal margin after such a strong second quarter going into the halftime break. But I still think this margin of what it is now to be 36 points up. With the rain coming, Storms are coming soon. I think they'll be able to hold on. They're probably 1 or 2 more goals away from really icing it. Coldstream got to score quickly and really make this an arm wrestle.
They just got to get their midfield right.
They do. They need to start winning the ball out of the midfield.
And I know Brock Cashry is probably under an injury cloud, so we don't know what's going on there. But I'm going to stick with Knox here. I think they've done the hard work that quarter, and it's going to be really hard for Coldstream to get back into this.
Before we close out and go to an ad break, we will go to an ad break actually right now. Does Darcy get his 100? Does he get 2 goals in the next?
I can only see him getting 1.
All right, we'll see how that plays out. We're going to take our last break before the second half between Knox and Coldstream.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Bryony Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates.
Going to expend way too much energy, and I just think that Knox have got the game exactly where they want it. I think in this quarter, if Knox actually outscore Coldstream, say 4 goals to 2, then basically I think Knox could win this game by 10, 15 goals.
And Dean O'Neill throws the ball up to get the third quarter underway. The first clearance goes to Knox through a hack kick off the ground by Hanlon. Ball bounces out towards the wing. Chandler scoops it up for Coldstream. Gets it out to Warren. Haven't called his name at all today, I don't think. And a higher ball by Warren, trying to make use of the wind that's been around, but I don't think it's blowing too hard at the moment. So Knox were able to even the contest and bring it over the line. Worth mentioning, it's 11 scoring shots Coldstream to 12 scoring shots Knox. So it's for certain that Coldstream's inaccuracy in the first quarter has come back to bite them. We'll get a secondary ball up there.
And every minute that Knox can chew time off the clock in this third quarter, right, just makes it that little bit harder for Coldstream to score.
And the tap down comes to, well, a tackled player there for Coldstream. We'll get another ball up. Reminder that the winner of this will go on to play Surrey Park in the preliminary. And, well, it's just been tapped down. Conyers. Oh, he could have gotten Coldstream started for the third quarter. That's such an important goal from that clearance. So they kick their fourth, Coldstream, 4-8-32 to Knox, 10-62. 1.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Gee, that's a goal they needed. I'll say that, Brash.
Well,
but I mean, gee, they're a long way back still. That is their first goal since about 15 minutes into the first quarter.
Mm.
But the problem with the wind being a bit more flow to it, I think the rain might be dragged with it, unfortunately.
That's
so
right, yes.
The Coldstream, they're in a hurry to get back in this game, and they're actually, I think they understand the mission, is get their hands on it and get it forward. Conyers was the man on the spot there to score their fourth goal. Bayless tried to run through the middle. He just missed taking the... Lehman gets a hand in. Conyers, who's been strong, he gets a hand pass to Castry. Good recovery from an early injury. Long ball, high ball. The Knox defence, they just want to kill it with the punch, and it goes out of bounds, back pocket. So the momentum swings again.
Great punch there in that pack by Heppel.
That's what you want, discipline.
So I feel like Coldstream know that it's all in now. They've really just got to keep the ball pumping forward to the swimming pool end. Fritsch is underneath it in the ruck. Hear it again. It's Carrigan. He just gets dragged as he was kicking it, and he was scragged off the kick. Missed to the right, the left foot up. Minor score, Coldstream 4-9-33, doing all the attacking in this third term. And they trail Knox 10-62. But they're getting back into it, maybe, Coldstream, but it's a long way back.
They're getting their hands on the ball. Mitch Greaves, perhaps with just about the first touch for Knox this quarter. They probably had a couple. So he's going to try and spot up, I've missed the name there, Murphy at the flank. Harry Greaves is now going for it. Lehman at the bottom of the pack. It's going to be a ball up. The crowd's starting to roll in. They're looking very ominous. How ominous can Coldstream look at the start of this third quarter? Can they get Knox shell-shocked once again as they were in the first quarter? Conti harassing. That's great pressure by Jeremy Conti. And Murphy gives away the holding the ball free kick. Conti, who looked exciting in the first quarter, kicks it inside forward 50, off hands. Good punch there. Punched it back into the forward line, did Bayless. And now Cam Shield just from the boundary line, but safe hands of Tom Weir, who's played an excellent game on Darcy Fritsch. And I think there's been a whistle.
Yeah, the man didn't come back on the mark.
Well, that's a penalty to Knox if that's the decision, because
be
Fisher is running onto it. It's sent up back, and he's going to go straight down the ground.
So Knox will just control the ball now. 4.5 minutes gone in the third quarter, and they need to steady just that little bit. Haven't had a thrust forward just yet. And this will be their first one, but it's cut off immediately. And a good mark taken by Langdon. He's going to hit up Grant, just bounced off his chest, and Stuckey will take advantage of it. No, Castry is there for Coldstream, just trying to control the ball. Bayliss is there, taps it out. Now to Conyers, kicked that goal before, swings onto his right. One-on-one situation. Jeremy Conti looked very good there, but it spilt out, scooped up. And Capsalis was tackled. Ball up on the arc. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Yeah, Coldstream leading the early forward territory in this third quarter, 4 inside 50s to 0.
Lehman ragdolled by his opponent, so it allows the hand pass from Butler to go to the runner. The runner being Love, goes from half back to half forward. Hanlon with the flight of the ball, takes it. Now he spears it into the leading option. It's only one option, but it goes over the head. The defence does nicely. Going in McInerney, but the sprint from Goyne. We made up so much ground, but he couldn't take possession. Coldstream get the bouncing ball to Castry. Castry on half back, dangerously looks in the middle, but it's going to be good because Conyers runs onto it. He's got Grant on the overlap, but he puts it on the boot, goes long. Fritsch is underneath it, 2 grabs at it. No, has to be the tackler in it. And we're calling for the fact that Coldstream need a goal, but if it goes to Fritsch, it's 99.
I think he needed to handball that off because Lehman was free.
The ground level ball, quick kick out, but it really wasn't directed to anyone because there's no one there. Is the umpire going to call the AFL style? Yes, no intention to keep it in. So the Falcons will give up the ball on the wing and Coldstream will attack again. Short pass over. Chandler's on the end of it. He's got an open paddock to run into. Where will he put it? Long ball in. Fritsch is in position. He spills it. Late spoil comes in. Ground level ball. Picks it up. Tackled as he tries to kick. No kick at goal. Ground level Conte. He tries to hand it off to Conyers. Conyers under heap of pressure around the corner. Ball doesn't find a target and Knox have got some numbers and they'll run it out, but they're falling over trying to run it out. Fisher has to go back as a help. He spoons it out. That was a throw rugby style and it wasn't seen because the umpire's blindsided and it's out of bounds. Fritsch is getting involved now.
Desperation on all parts, wasn't it, eh?
I got an interesting stat to tell you. The average time to kick a goal in Division 3 this year has been 12 minutes. Coldstream are going to have to go at 3 times that pace and score every 4 minutes to win this game.
They've just got to give themselves chances. They can't win the kick through Langdon. Langdon's opponent kicks it down the field and marking it there will be Murray. Murray looks at options. There's only one apiece in the forward line. 1v1. Punch comes in by Hammond. Does well, but he can't kill it to the boundary. Ground level pick up by Barlow is out of bounds on the full in the end because he was standing on the boundary when he kicked it and it went off the side of the boot.
Probably would have been better off just to let it go out of bounds, Barlow, and get the stoppage.
Warren goes across goal. Dangerous, but Pesamenti made sure of it. He's got an option further out, building the ball, and that's Chandler on the outer side. Looping handball over the top. Now to Hammond on the wing. Castry takes the mark, held up a little bit by Black. What options does he have down the ground? Coldstream need to attack now, otherwise season 2024 will slip through their fingers. The kick was ill-directed. He couldn't make sure of it, could Mitch Greaves, but the boundary line was his safety. So it's at left half forward for Coldstream, doing all the attacking in this quarter, and my word, do they need to. So in they go. Fig just about got the tap down. Conyers sharked it, but Knox get the rebound ball into the centre of the ground. 2-on-1. Lehman was the one good at ground level for a big man. Langdon has to go in for it though. Stuckey just gets the loose ball, hands it off. Good pressure by Coldstream. Bayliss sends a spiralling ball inside forward 50. Edmonds was under it. Spoiled away from him. Carrigan, what can he do? Oh, he's just held off the ball. Oh, no free kick. He's going to do well enough, though, to gain it again. And he's just picked the eyes out of a target inside forward 50. And the mark's been taken. And it's Mitch Edmonds. So if Darcy Fritsch can't do it, maybe this man can. He's not got one goal yet. We thought he did, but he pushed a man in the back.
Crucial fumble there by Morris. Just didn't have enough poise.
Jubilee Park holds its breath. Can Coldstream get this one to get them back into a sniff of getting into this game? But no, Mitch Edmonds has pushed it across to the left, and once more, Coldstream's opportunities go begging. 2 behinds for Mitch Edmonds today. He's hardly had any impact in the contest.
No, he was very good last week, wasn't he? He chipped in with 3 or 4 goals last week.
But Knox have really... Look, the Knox back six have really done a good job on Fritz and Edmund. They've kept them basically out of the contest.
Mitch Greaves walks his way out of the goal square to kick it long outer side. Lehman comes in late, but his spoil's been rowed by Fisher. Fisher for Knox gets it from half back to half forward. Goyne's been dangerous, 1-on-1. Can he weave some magic? He's under a heap of pressure by Pesametti. Kicks it in front of himself, Goyne. They both overrun it. But
Goyne.
But Goyne went to ground with the tackle because Pesametti was worried about that man. So Goyne, his kick comes off the side, trying to get to the forward advantage. Chopped off by Pesametti. So it allows Coldstream to run it the other way through Carrigan. He's a runner. He's looking for options. He puts it into a hopeful position. Ground level Shield. Hands it off. Now Castry gets it towards Fritsch. There he is. Big moment for the club. But let's not talk about just personally. For this game, this is a huge kick.
Well, it's a big moment for him too. He's actually got his hands on the football.
He hasn't had a set shot all day. He led into it. It was beautifully put in front of him, and the two hands took it in front of him from 30 metres out, directly in front. He's kicking for his first for the day, 99 for the year. But importantly, will it be a Coldstream goal that puts them a sniff of this game? And they're back. They are doing all the attacking, and they're getting scoreboard pressure going their way. 99 for the year for Fritsch. We're on the watch now, but we're looking forward to that moment. It's Coldstream 5-10-40, a 22-point margin in favour of Knox, who are 10-2-62.
Gav, they're back. They're a long way back, mate. It's only their second goal for the quarter.
We're not cheering, but we want to get some hope. But the momentum is with them.
Just a message to Blake, too, down there. When he gets his 100, mate, don't you run on the ground.
Back into
Of course I'm running on the ground, Ray.
Craig taps it down.
I want to see you run on.
I'll have to vault over the fence here and get on it.
Coldstream, they've tried to throw everything at Knox, but Knox have had every answer this quarter.
They have.
Craig into the ruck now. Tapped it down, but Black sharked it. Just out of the hands of Fisher. Back to Craig. Good pressure by Knox this time. And a bouncing ball by Barlow inside forward 50. Can Knox respond? Ball in dispute. Good tackle laid. Forward pressure present by Knox once more. And Carrigan felt that. Ball up.
Well, Coldstream have got to throw caution to the wind.
Yep.
Just to get back into the contest.
Craig with a good leap there, tapped it down, but it's been roved, scooped up. Pairs it was, top of the goal square, punched out. Greaves is there, Langdon, he's going to have to make sure of it. No, sharked, goal, Knox!
Goyne.
And it's Sam Goyne again. Goal number 4 for him and a steadier for the Falcons.
And the lights are on.
Would have to be BOG at this stage. Would have to be the best player on the ground. He's kicked 4 goals. He's had a hand in some others. And he loves to celebrate. Have a look at that replay.
But he read the play and he was clean.
Yep.
And he got it on the boot before any pressure could come his way. So that's just clever, smart, great skills football from Goyne to get his 4th. And that just breaks the momentum that has been going the way of Coldstream. Coldstream 2 goals in their first 13 minutes of probably full-on pressure.
Yep.
But Knox steadier. Whistle again. Will it? We're waiting on to see. Again, it goes against Coldstream. 6-6-6, breaking the rules, and Hanlon has got it. And Coldstream have to drift back to get behind the ball. Now, underneath it, Knox have got the ground level players in Taylor. Taylor hands it off to his runner in Barlow. Barlow around the corner, puts the top of the square. No mark for Knox. Off the free kick, though, for the only person.
Goyne again.
For the only person who seems to have the smarts around goals, and all eyes on him from the defence, and the pressure on them just to keep him subdued means they impede him, and the umpires awake to it.
Boys, just before you kick that 6-6-6 was that the big ruckman Lehman came onto the ground, but he did not go into the back 50 there. He just stood this side of the line, so they didn't have 6 back there.
So Goyne with his 5th, it could be Goyne with 5 and gone for Coldstream, all in the one moment. 12-2-74, Knox leading Coldstream 5-10-40. It's 34-point margin. And the 2 quick answers from Goyne might have just shut the door on Coldstream's revival.
In the space of 2 minutes, Knox have undone Coldstream's 12 minutes of desperation to get back into the contest.
Yep.
That would be deflating for the Cougars out there. What can they answer with? How much do they have left? Lehman and Hanlon. Now it's down to Castry, or Conyers in fact. Chandler is there at the ground level in the forward line. Sorry, that was in fact Sheriff. Ball completely scoots over Taylor. Castry was there. The kick goes out wide. Craig to try and make sure of it. No, running out with a head of steam is Fritsch. Oh, he's going to let fly. Could this be the 100th? Touch.
On the line.
On the line by Greaves.
No sense of theatre by Greaves.
I thought you were going to miss him then. The big boy, Fritsch, got onto it and he wheeled on his right from 55 and he kicked it 52.5.
You can tell Greaves wasn't in a generous mood there either to allow that.
That's right.
And so he shouldn't.
And he's been complimented by the Coldstream supporters behind the line too.
Let's back in play. Bayless gets knocked in the head, but Lehman takes the mark anyway, so the clearing kick didn't clear. And Lehman, he's probably looking for Fritsch, but Fritsch is running back to goals. Is he going to wheel back for a lead? The kick, hoping for Fritsch to be in that position, but it was a hopeful ball to no one, and no one's got near it yet. And 3 seconds later, eventually Knox do get onto the ball, and Goyne takes the relieving mark down the play. So good spot up there for Goyne. His play there might be chopped off by Castry, but it was too fierce underneath him. The tackle flies in, and it'll be Coldstream's free kick. Bayless hand pass receive, loads up a ball, misses the lead up hit by Grant, and allows Knox, the straggling defender, just to reach back in. Heppel, he's kicked sideways. On the bounce, might find a defender running out, but trying to get it going. There was Greaves. Now they're just really mucking around with it. Knox finally back into the middle of the play. Carrigan sweeps a hand pass out wide. Going down with the ball was Langdon. He couldn't pick himself up with it, and he allows it to go out of bounds. So there looks a bit of tired bodies now.
Look,
both sides,
It
actually.
might seem strange, but if I was coaching Coldstream, I would put Fritz at centre-half forward. He's going to have more room to work in, and he can kick a goal from that 50 metres.
I totally agree. They've got to find a way of getting him into the contest.
I reckon twice they had inside 50s where they were hoping he would just guess that they were kicking it to a hot spot and he'd run into it. But the guessing game's not working for Coldstream. In defence, they hold up nicely. Now the kick goes forward, but again, it's chopped out. And Knox just hold up. When under pressure, they've got someone in the way.
That is a kick in hope. That's all it is.
So this is Pears, Gavin Pears for Knox, the journeyman, one of the journeymen of the EFNL.
Is that right, Brash, or is he another 22-year-old veteran?
Who's that, Gavin Pears?
He played a lot of footy at Roval.
Roval, South Belgrave, Garfield, Canterbury.
Yes.
He's been around. So ball in. Lehman gets the tap down. Langdon, he just fumbled it there. Conyers tackled really well, but got the kick away. That was impressive. Bounces into the middle of the ground, and it's all Knox. Spearing ball inside forward 50. No mark taken. Pesamenti was there. Had Castry for help as well. Lehman, the big man, couldn't quite take the mark, but was able to rove his own ball. Sends it down the ground. It's all Knox. The three closest to the ball are Falcons. Fritsch is going to come out. Edmonds is there, but that was very skillful.
Greaves.
And it's Mitch Greaves running down the boundary line. He's taken a third bounce. That's 4. Fritsch is chasing like his life depends on it. Trying to get vengeance for that touch on the line before. Greaves again. Inside forward 50 for Knox. Oh, what a pickup. That was impressive. This is Pears, I think. It's Stuckey, in fact, and he's just missed.
See, that would have been goal of the day.
What a great effort by Greaves then.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely magnificent.
Can you retrospectively hand the goal over to the guy that doesn't kick it? Because in the book, what an effort by Mitch Greaves with 4 bounces. Kick out, finds the target. This might open up for McInerney. Hands it off to the runner, who's under a lot of heat on him. So he has to hand pass under heap of pressure. Coming late with the spoilers, Sheriff. Gets a ground level ball where the opposite 13 and Butler gets it going forward of the pack. Now, another kick around the corner. Fortuitously finds Murphy. Murphy steadies because he's looking at options. 60 metres from goal he is. Lines up a long ball. Goes to the teeth of the goals. Lehman comes in late, but it's been marked by Knox and not mucking around. And it's another goal to the Falcons, and it's all happening for them. They are just reading the flight of ball too well, as I'll just get some help on the...
The one coming off the field was the one who kicked it.
Ash Black kicked that one.
Yes, so that was Ash Black getting the goal, and another goal for Knox, 13-3-81, leading Coldstream 5-11-41. So
I said at half time that if Knox could kick goals against the Breeze in this quarter, even though the Breeze has died down, it was going to spell the demise, I think, of Coldstream, because Coldstream needed to pull something out of the fire. They haven't been able to do anything since about the 8-minute mark of the third quarter.
Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
Clearances are 6-5 the way of Knox.
Oh, that's another one to Knox. Spearing ball inside forward 50 from Pez. Coming out and taking the mark. Good lead by Murphy. Just a kick and a half from goal. He's going to have to hit up another option, and it's Greaves. This time, Harry.
That was great play by Pears because he actually broke Coldstream's back 50 right up then.
So Greaves, this is an important. Well, this is going to be a bit of a nail in the coffin for Coldstream, I would say. If he kicks his third for the day, Harry Greaves.
He doesn't miss many.
He does not. He's missed that one.
He's missed that one. Bloody hell.
Oh, dear. But Knox have been efficient enough going up forward. We can, give him a bit of a let off there. 13-4-82 to Coldstream 5-11-41. You've just ticked into time on in the third quarter. Paul Uconi.
Inside 50s this quarter are 12-9 the way of Coldstream, but Knox have had 7 of the last 9 inside 50s, so they've replied well.
Yep.
Verstegen takes the kicking out. Judy's long ball out to the outer side. Ground level. It's going to be one of the big men mopping up for Coldstream. Numbers back now with Hammond picking up the ball. Goes down the line. Drop mark just as he had it at his ankles. Trying to mark it was Felstead, but it goes off his hands and out of bounds, half back. So momentum's been killed with Goyne firstly kicking those 2 goals in a row. And now Knox look to be more poised around these stoppages. Ground level again. Here goes
Barlow.
Knox for one more time. Barlow, but Hammond there. Well, that was, Fig, who got in the way for Coldstream. Dropped it, though, when he could have marked it. So it's going to be a disputed ball 40 metres out from Knox's goal. We're into time on in this third term. It closed within 4 goals, but it's broken back to Knox leading by 41. 13-4-82 to 5-11-41. Ball up, didn't go too far, and the players have just wrapped themselves around the ball. Another ball up, lights on, very dark skies. Hopefully the weather doesn't break against us. And over the shoulder going away, the Falcons, as you heard it in the effects mic, and picking himself up with the ball is Braden Barlow, and he'll be shooting for goal from 50 out. It'll test him with the journey because there is still that slight breeze to kick into. But the man who's kicked 30 goals this season so far has been a good player this quarter.
It's been a good pick-up for Knox this year, I reckon, Barlow. He's given them something.
His very deliberate approach as he points towards the goal with the ball. He trots his way there. Left foot, long driving ball, just pulled it a little bit, missing to his right side of the goals. And another minor score. 13-5-83, Knox leading Coldstream 5-11-41 as the whistle blows. We'll go back boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yes, definitely got some raindrops coming its way, so not good conditions down here at ground level coming through.
Bayless on the wing, hands it off to Conti. He's got a paddock in front of him, but decides to kick it first because Fritsch presented just out of his hands, got 2 to compete with. Back there was Capsalis. And he's been taken high.
Tell you what, that was a very dangerous tackle there by Sheriff. He's very lucky not to be carded there.
Yeah, I would have to say so. Capsalis hands it off to Greaves. Mitch Greaves, of course. Oh, he just showed the ball to Sheriff. Sheriff responded with the tackle, forced him over the line, rushed behind Coldstream.
Bayless going off for Coldstream. Looks a bit ginger, the experienced man, coach.
Well, he did go off early last week.
Yeah. Just saw that too, Gav. Good eyes there.
Thank you. As it's now Mitch. Well, he won't go for the 4-bounce run, Will Greaves this time. His kick, though, will be chopped off, and it's going to come back whereas it was with the mark being taken. So, Coldstream, long ball. That is so misdirected. It's out on the full to the left, and everyone's a little bit dejected. There's one thing that Coldstream fans can look forward to, and that's if Fritsch can have a shot at goal. But he was nowhere near that as the ball floated out of bounds out on the full. So Greaves, take 2 for him. Long ball out. Can Coldstream set up for a mark? But again, in good position is Hanlon to take the mark.
That was a tough mark there by Hanlon.
He's been strong.
He had the whole pack hanging off his back, hasn't he?
He's actually been a really good acquisition to them, coming from Vermont as well.
The kick down the line. His opposite number, Lehman, couldn't plant himself in the way, and it's going to be another mark for the Falcons. So Lehman will have to stand the mark as Greaves picks himself up with the ball. Then he's trying to be the sheriff in town and gesticulate where he wants his players to be, but then he goes short, and no real territorial advantage for Knox. They're happy just to keep it in hand and look at their options. So it's Knox going long down the line, happy to kill time. Ground level ball. Shield just barrels the long kick, nicely marked, and with the man on the mark and Hanlon encroach. Now here's the ball inside on the bounce over the top of Fritsch, and the numbers are with Greaves for Knox. No go at it there for Fritsch as it bounced over his head, but it's still in Knox defence. Pears picks it up, tries to go around the corner. The dribbling pass works out nicely to Fisher. Fisher runs now towards half forward, long ball coming in late. Just the interrupting wonder Lehman hand now is the runner at ground level. His kick is a dribbler and it'll be chopped off again. So it's a bit of kick to kick, but not a pretty one. Lehman will now mop up some work at ground level. Takes on top of
he can't
tacklers.
do that. He's raised the elbow
Put
there.
the elbow up. His fend was a bit too high against.
It was very overzealous there by Lehman.
Well, the big man tried to make a big statement, but it'll be a free kick to Knox, and it's in the hands of Edwards, who gets it to Hanlon.
So Hanlon right in the centre of the ground, just assessing his options as Knox go forward. Perhaps the last thrust of the quarter. And there is the siren. So Knox 13-5-83, Coldstream 5-12-42, three-quarter time in the semi-final Division 3 action at Jubilee Park. Goal kickers very quickly. Goyne with 5, Greaves, that's Harry Greaves with 2, along with Ben O'Brien. Singles for Knox to Aaron Taylor, Ash Black, James Fisher, Kyle Gwynn. Whereas for Coldstream, only singles, and it's Jared Bayliss, Gary Conyers, Bailey Grant, Mitch Felstead, and Darcy Fritsch on 99. So we'll see if Knox can round this game out well enough for them after this break, and whether or not Darcy Fritsch can get that 100th goal. Be after the break.
Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the game day in the EFNL. It's Division 3 semi-final with Coldstream versus Knox. It's Knox leading this game 13-5-83 to Coldstream 5-12-42. That is the three-quarter time score. 41-point margin. It was all set up with the second term, 8-0 for Knox, and against the wind, they steadied in that second half of the term. As we go boundary line for interview with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's just got Coldstream assistant coach here, Chris Murphy, filling in for Jared Bayliss. Just following up here, big last quarter. You talk about just finishing the game off and playing one-on-one. Is that something that Jared and the troops want to start doing for this final quarter?
Yeah, well, it's our game plan all year pretty much, this one-on-one footy, and we generally back ourselves when we play one-on-one footy. They got us on the spread in that second quarter, and it's going to be catch-up footy from now, but we just got to finish off the year fucking strong, I suppose.
Yeah, and just the last one, to finish off a really good passage of play for your season as well. Are you feeling like they got on top of you, but what are you going to bring to stop them from keep scoring? What's the game plan there?
It has to be pressure at one-on-one footy. If we don't give them any space to run, we shouldn't get too blown out the water. Hopefully, I know they got the wind in the last quarter, but we just got to fight it out and keep our heads high.
What's his comment on Fritsch?
And do you think he can get it, Frida? 100?
Yeah, I think he can. Let's hope he does. Thanks, mate.
No worries. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Blake. I think Coldstream, if they can get one win out of this last term, it might be that get the personal milestone over the line with Fritsch for 100. The whole club can celebrate that at least. But it is looking hopeful there at one stage. Brash and Ray, it got to within 22 points at the 12-minute mark of the term. The wind behind the back, all the forward momentum was going the way of their end. But as soon as Goyne got onto the play and kicked those 2 goals, it was like a pricked balloon. The air just went out of there.
Well, when you're chasing that many goals to get back in the game, you might even get 5. But then as soon as the opposition get 1,
your momentum. It always happens. Your momentum is stalled, and that's what I thought Knox needed to do. And in fact, they've actually outscored Coldstream in this quarter, 3-3 to 2 goals, 4. I mean, and that was a thing. If Knox were able to go 4-3 against the Breeze, that's a big win because whilst both sides have got tired legs, I still think Knox has still got a little bit left in the tank, where I think they could probably pile on another 3 or 4 quick goals.
Yeah, and since quarter time, they've kicked 11 goals to 2.
It's almost like a complete form reversal for Coldstream from the week before.
Yep.
Back into the centre we go for the final quarter. And what is most likely the final quarter of Coldstream's season. Lehman taps it down. Good movement by Carrigan. Oh, that was a heavy hit on him, though. Jeremy Conti turns tackler. Knox to get the clearance. Butler wrapped up. How's Carrigan doing?
He's okay.
He's okay. Castry looks like he's sore, though. So heavy work done on the Coldstream midfielders early. Conyers tried to get moving, but it was taken away from him by Capsalis. Good mark of defence. That was some stalwart stuff by Verstegen.
He's had a poor game, Verstegen. He's really not had any influence, really, for Coldstream this afternoon.
I would have expected better from him, unfortunately. He's one of the Coldstream veterans. I might be careful using that word, to be honest, from now on. So inside forward 50, I believe it was Hammond. Got the kick there. Fritsch is out there. Tackled immediately. Wrapped up. Well done, Clay Heppel. And another sore body out there as well.
Yeah, I'm not.
Mitch Gray. No, it's
38. Is it 38?
33.
Capsalis.
Yeah, 38. Yeah.
Yeah, he looked a bit ginger when he got up there.
Ball up in Coldstream's forward line, roved by White. Snap round the body is narrow and one behind. Out on the full, in fact. So Knox to take the kick in.
I noticed Blake Tennant on the boundary line. You got an umbrella. That's obviously a sign of it's getting a bit wet there for you. No comment. Fine.
Crickets.
As the kick goes out for Knox, they try to clear the area, but Carrigan and Conyers were there, and the kick goes forward, and running with the flight of the ball was Grant to take the mark, right forward pocket, and he'll have a shot for goal, which might prove academic, but Grant, he's had a few shots at goal, one goal in the in the first term as they were on top.
He's really only been their effective forward, and he's only had about 6 possessions.
So from the right foot, right pocket, puts it to the teeth of the goals. The defenders come in late and the punch comes in, and it's a conceded point against Knox, and it'll be another minor score for Coldstream. They are 5-13-43, and they go against a very accurate Knox 13-5-83. But I feel like missed opportunities has changed the momentum when they could have a 4-goal lead early. Maybe they missed their chance to set up this game, and ever since it's been Knox with their big second quarter. Out of the go Coldstream again through Carrigan. His kick around the corner finds his teammate. Spearing ball to the leading option. No mark taken by Fritsch, that man. So it's been spoiled away from him, and it's gone now Knox from back pocket to the wing, and we nearly had the moment we're looking for. But it's no avail for Fritsch. Can't get his hands on it lately. He's trying to get there, but no cigar yet for him.
It's been a long time coming. He kicked 74 goals in 2021, a season that was cut short by COVID, of course. Would have kicked the 100 that year, for certain. So unfortunate if he can't make it this year either. Knox have gone forward in the meantime. They managed to gain a lot of territory there as Braden Barlow sees it over the boundary line in their forward 50. 3.5 minutes gone. 83-43 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Paul Yukoni in the score centre.
Got a score from Walker Park, not from Walker Park, from Tormore Reserve. Beaconsfield 10-10-70 to Montrose 5-8-38.
That looks ominous.
Okay. It does indeed. So Knox are going to have a flying shot at goal from there, but it's gone wide, way too wide out.
Blake Tennant might be headed to the airport to go to Bali tonight.
Yeah, mate, that trip's booked late October, Ray. I know you're excited about the trip, aren't you?
He's driving you there to the airport.
That'd be impressive. Daniel Verstegen to take the kick in for Coldstream. It's fallen out the back. Knox had the numbers. Scooped up by O'Neill. Just got the handball away while being tackled. Capsalis was there. Bouncing ball from him. And Fig trying to work it out with his teammate in Conyers. Ball up.
You can have night games here at Jubilee Park because it is dark.
They've had them during the year.
Yeah, so I reckon, well, it's a day game today, but it is so dark. The lights are taking great effect.
Would you like to see a night final, Gav?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that'd be worth going to.
No, Brash doesn't like them. What, top scores, 5 goals per team?
Especially when it rains.
Oh, dear.
Might have a point.
So there's a ball in on the wing. Tapped down by Lehman. Well roved by Castry into the centre. Bouncing ball. Just flummoxes a couple of players, but Chandler was wise to it. His kick, though, wasn't wise at all. It was rushed, and Capsalis, who's starting to make his way into the play. Sorry, no, that's Mitch Greaves. And he kicks it out onto the wing to Zach Hanlon.
But we should develop this point because with the congestion of 5 divisions, I reckon we can break up the final series with some night games. Might work for the FNL. Oh. But anyway, ground level, Knox go into the forward line. Underneath it's O'Brien. Ground level ball. Oh. It's been picked off again with an open goal to shoot out. It's a dribbled effect. So it's another goal to Knox.
Fisher.
And this time it's Fisher with the big yellow boots who gets on the end of O'Brien getting his body involved, and Fisher had no one in front of him from 30 out and dribbles it through for just checking. He scored 1 in the second term, so he's second for the day, and they kick out to a 46-point lead to Knox, 14-5, 89 to 5-13, 43. Just more icing on the cake, really.
Yeah, Gav, I was just been thinking about your night games and all that. Count me out, mate. I got to be in bed by 8:30.
I know the reason he wants it, though.
What?
It's so that he can get some Friday night finals
Friday
action
night
or
games,
Saturday
yeah.
after work.
Correct.
That's right.
100%.
Yeah.
More people get to the finals. I'm all for it.
Darcy Fritch. Sorry, not Darcy Fritch. It was Jesse Lehman who slapped it forward. Chandler just lost it, but in came Castry out to Conyers. He's got some space to work in, and his kick, well, it's well directed because Fritch is right there. Weir.
Free kick!
And he's given the free kick away as Tom Weir, and this could be it. Darcy Fritch goes back. He's on 99 goals.
There's legs over the fence already.
He's still got to kick it, boys. Don't get excited yet.
Tell you what, I reckon there wasn't much in
No,
that.
I agree with you, Brash.
Or maybe the umpire.
I think Tom Weir might find himself a little bit hard done by there.
I don't think he cares that much.
Sense of theatre by the umpire, perhaps, as Darcy Fritch is going to line up. Bit of a consolation for Coldstream, but it'll be something to celebrate tonight. Fritch comes in. Oh, is it there? It's just hit the post. No way. Are you kidding me?
It drifted.
You could not write a better script, could you? No?
That had to be rain affected.
I reckon he floated it, and it floated, and it floated, and it drifted, and it drifted.
Oh, dear. Well, you spoke about the...
Even the goal umpire's having a nice little chuckle about that one.
You spoke about the balloon being pricked before, Gavin. I think that's just happened all over again.
Here's another opportunity for Coldstream in the hands of Edmonds. He turnover ball. Fritch on the lead. It's over his head, but he puts his hands up, and it's the opposite number that takes the outstretched mark, and Weir. And his hands is on his knees, and I think he thinks, well, I hope he doesn't think. He's just like, is that my only chance for the 100? Now the ball goes towards Edmonds again. He's got help in his teammate, but on the run again, it's Black. Black tries to get away from his opposite number in Hammond. He takes the late tackle in, but now off to the races, tries to go Greaves. He picks it up, loses it in the tackle, goes again. He's got support in Gorn. But the two guys that have been great around goals today couldn't combine to get it going again, and it'll be out of bounds.
And the thing is, you'd almost feel like that two of Knox's best players has been their full back in their back pocket.
Yep.
Mitch Greaves and Tom Weir.
To me, Mitch Greaves has been the best player. I would give him.
And Goyne's got to be in there as the best forward.
Yeah.
Fisher tried to get on the end of it, but it's Coldstream, just a clearing kick, and it eludes all people down the ground. Closer line will go out of bounds, and trying to get some body work going there was Edmonds. There's a bit of frustration in that little swipe he had, but it wasn't connecting, and I don't feel like he wanted to anyway.
Yeah, that was a Mungle finger-breaking grubber there, right there.
It got through past 30 players.
Yeah, so it was like a 10-pin bowling without the 10 pins. As now the kick goes into the middle. Here, can it open up through Felstead? No Fritch to talk about. Bayless was underneath 3, and he was just the meat in the sandwich, and the punch goes out. Finds a running Stuckey. Stuckey now goes long. He's a hopeful bouncing ball to Goyne. Goyne takes on the tackler's bit dispossessed, but he's got support. And now can Falcons get a shot at goal? It's going to be another flying shot, and that's going to be goal of the day. Black again. He's the man that just picked up the crumbs, and from there he's made a delicious sandwich of a goal from that, and it's Black kicking another goal for Knox. They go towards 100. That's not where Fritch is. It's 15-5, 95 Knox, and it's Coldstream 5, 14, 44.
Just shows you finals football rates a different beast. You can have the wood on them during the home and away season, but this is where it counts.
And I said before the game started, doesn't matter what happened last week. You start a final, the first bounce, it's 50-50.
He's shown some skill today, his Ash Black. I've been impressed. Lehman gets the tap down. He's worked well in the ruck as Lehman today. Conti gets it out. Conyers, Bayless was shoved out of the marking contest. And Knox will load up once again. Fell for Morris. High ball by him. Lehman camped under it. Goes over all players. And now Knox to work it out through O'Brien. Now gets it off to Fisher. He's just going to share it around here with Barlow. Kicks it into the pocket, and the spare man was there. The mark's been taken. And I'll just have to figure out who this is.
Well, Jared, you know the old saying, caring is sharing, mate. That was exactly what they did there, Knox. They just finessed the ball around and got the right option at the right time.
But I was going to say, if I were to guess, it would be O'Brien.
I think it's O'Brien.
It is number 4.
Yeah.
So he's kicked 2 goals today. This would be goal number 21 for the year for Ben O'Brien. If he can kick 3 goals in a final, that would be all to the good for Knox. And it's Knox to get over the 100 before Darcy does. 16-5-101 to 5-14-44. We've gone on 11.5 minutes in this final quarter of the semi-final.
Quick question for you, Brash.
Yep.
Can Knox take Surrey Park on?
They can take them on, but I think with both sides having played 2 really hard contests, I reckon the game could be the survival of the fittest next week between these 2.
Yep.
Well, that is set up for next week, but there's now a new watch on. Knox having a bit of party time with their momentum going forward. But can Coldstream set up one more shot at goal for Fritsch? Hit the post with his shot at goal only moments ago. The Cougars supporter base was ready to celebrate that one, but it floated from, well, middle of the goals and hit the right post with a late swing as the ball up again at the centre of Jubilee Park. Long punch forward by Lehman. On the run is Conyers. He'll bounce into it. No, sees his opponent in Butler getting in the way. Hand pass backwards into the defensive 50. Puts the Knox team under a heap of pressure. Picking himself up was Gwynn, and he hands it back to the umpire. So it's 45 metres out from Coldstream's goal. Lehman versus the smaller Murray. Lehman goes the punch forward, but Gwynn takes it off hands. Quick kick out of defence. Bouncing ball will land in the hands of Sheriff. Sheriff loads up a ball. Here's Fritsch bundling his way, pushing off, but he can't beat his opponent. He's got his teammate kicking around the corner, but it's a minor score as Fritsch just can't get his hands on it in the marking contest. Again, we're strong. It's another minor score to Coldstream, 5-16-46 to Knox, 16-5-101. Let's get some stats.
Inside 50s this last quarter are 8-7 away of Knox.
Thank you very much, Paul. Mark taken by Weir. Probably nicknaming himself the Fun Police today, Tom Weir. And he's found an option just on the right
He's
half
more of a Dan
flank.
than a Weir.
So, no mark taken there. Knox now putting themselves under pressure. Craig at ground level, trying to bull his way through. Had 2 to contend with and was never going to get through. It was a 8-goal second quarter for Knox to set up this lead. Very impressive. If you're a Knox fan and missed that, be sure to watch the video on YouTube. As, well, here we go by Langdon. There's a load of Knox defenders there to contend with. Shield round the corner, off hands, bouncing ball. Weir's at the back there. He's going to paddle it over the line, and safe stuff by Knox.
It is hard to try to call one player and see the rest of the players. It's one of those conundrums we're in, isn't it, Jared?
A little bit.
So it's Knox choking the kick out. Greaves again, being the general from defence. He'll just long ball as long as he can. It's a bit of a floater, and it's been chopped off by Carrigan. Carrigan, 60 metres out. He's hoping for wide open spaces to kick it into. Fritsch, one way and the other. He's put it into the pocket. Fritsch couldn't get there because there is a red wall in front of Fritsch, and it will be a mark to, I think that's Gwynn. As we'll get some stats just as Knox kick it out. 1 second there as the marking contest. Everyone seems to leave it behind. Running with the flight is the Carrigan. Carrigan, 1 step, gets around his opponent with blistering speed. Spears it into Lehman. He's looking for a runner. Gets Verstegen running. Now the long ball in. No, it's all defence. As it looks, ground level ball. It was a punch instead of a marking opportunity, but it falls the way of Knox. Hanlon might be on the end of it, but his fingertips just see it over the line as he was hoping to run forward with the help of Taylor, and it's out of bounds. Let's get some stats.
Got a score from Divi 4. It's Whitehorse 14-7-91 to Kilsyth 10-7-67.
See you later.
Season over Kilsyth.
So ruck contest, Lehman versus Handel. Lehman wins the tap. Carrigan can't burst out of the tackle. Hand pass was a throw. It was so obvious, and it wasn't even necessary by Chandler. He wasn't being tackled or anything, but it was so in the front of the umpire, and Hanlon will get the free kick at half-back.
Just assessing his options, Hanlon finally picks out a lead there by Love, but spilled out of his hands. Darcy Carrigan, he's going to dodge around Hanlon with ease, kicks it into the space in front of Edmonds. Fritsch leads out, but getting his hands on it is O'Neill, and Fritsch lays the tackle.
The umpire.
They're calling for holding the ball, but no.
The umpire didn't fall for that one.
No, he didn't. Fritsch, well, he's going to take the rock contest here against Murray, but hands it out to Chandler. He just slips in the tackle. Handball back into a little bit of space there. Knox working
there
for Fritsch. Round the corner. 100 goals to Darcy Fritsch. Writes himself into the history books. And on come the crowd to celebrate with him. Consolation, of course, for Coldstream because today is wrapped up. But Darcy Fritsch has got something to celebrate tonight with he and his teammates. They come from everywhere to celebrate the man finally kicking his 100th goal for the season.
They're lucky that they're not in front when this happened because there's 4 Coldstream interchange players ran on the ground. I would call for a count if that was the
right
situation.
now, yeah.
Exactly.
That's right. They shouldn't be out there, realistically, Gav.
Right.
Well, if Blake Tennant's out there right now as well. So.
Well, if they do a count and all the score is deducted, does that mean Fritsch loses his goals?
Yes, because that means the whole score gets erased.
That's right.
I think the whole town of Coldstream would turn up at Knox
he's
and
got
protest.
Darcy now, and that was lightning.
And
so you know.
Well, can the boundary rider get a word from the man of the moment? That would be exciting. But maybe
he
it's
started
too
to walk over with him, but he
After
might
the
have noticed the lightning, and I told him to get off the field.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, boys, I think he just wanted to keep going. He just said after the game maybe. So there you go.
Well, what a moment for the EFNL. It's not often you see a star goal kicker get to 100, but let's celebrate the moment for Coldstream and their star player, Bailey Fritsch. 100 goals for season 2024, getting the hugs of his teammates. It just fell in his hands. He was sort of getting around the play, and it just opened up where he could pick it up off the pack. And from 15 metres out, he just had to put his foot through the ball, and he did. And he celebrated straight away. And so much joy for the man on a day that is pretty dark for Coldstream.
And it wasn't a play that either Tom Weir or Mitch Greaves were involved in.
Yeah.
So we take a moment to pause and get back onto the game itself. 2 minutes after the great moment for Bailey Fritsch, it is Coldstream 8-16-52. Well, I'll just read that again. 6-16, it's just so blurry in the distance. 6-16-52 Coldstream to Knox 16-5-101. It's a 49-point margin to Knox, and the Falcons will progress to the play Surrey Park next week in the finals. But we have one of the magic moments in what we can experience in football, a sharp shooter getting his 100. It wasn't from the big mark set shot, but we'll take it anyway we can. Fritsch, 2 goals today, 100 for the day. Knox winning the centre clearance go forward. No inside 51, but it is on top of the arc at centre forward where Knox have, since quarter time, have kicked 14 goals to only a reply of 3 for Coldstream. And so that just encapsulates the match. And out of the ruck contest will be Hanlon, who takes the free kick against Lehman. And he'll just steady things down and say, I'm just going to slow it down with the rain driving down. The lights in full effect here at Jubilee Park. And Hanlon says, I've got the journey from 60. I'd like to believe, but let's see anyway. Hanlon long, he gets a 50-plus kick, but it will drop short. 2 grabs at it. Greaves can't take the mark. Figgs there to just repel for the moment. Clearing kick. Just gets his teammate on top of it. Now the kick inboard to Conyers. Conyers been a good trier for Coldstream. 1-2 grabs at it. Will rove his own drop mark, and he spears the pass to Chandler. Gets the hand pass received as Conyers. Conyers runs down half back, kicks to half forward. Now they try to get it going forward with the runner there and Sheriff. He couldn't get it. Pears takes it the other way for Knox. Long ball. It's a torp, and it spirals its way to half forward. No mark taken, but Gorn. He's a superstar, and he's been taken over the shoulder. He's kicked 5, and every time he's on the ball, the defenders are in all of a mess of worry, and they take him over the shoulder.
And for the first time today, no one is, only one defender was in 100 miles of Bailey of Fritz.
Yeah. Gorn goes, long ball fly for Greaves. It just kick off the floor. It's soccer brilliance. It was sharking the roving ball with his foot, and it's off the ground. I was getting up for Greaves. He doesn't take the mark, but at ground level, it's been a volley goal for Knox, and it's now party time for the Falcons. And I think it's Morris getting what he is delighted in, a volley goal from 20 metres out.
Well, we had a goal like that at Walker Park yesterday from Mulgrave.
From McGowan.
From McGowan. And tell you what, those 2 goals, Ronaldo and Messi would have been proud, I'm telling you. That's some really deft footwork there.
Well, how high did Greaves get, Harry Greaves? He was on top of shoulders, but spilled it to the ground.
Hanlon gets the tap down. No clearance, though, for Knox. It's White instead. Kicks it to the centre of the arc. The mark taken. And Sheriff had to lay the tackle in the end. 22 minutes gone in the final quarter of the semi-final. 17-5, 107. That's Knox. 6-16-52. That's Coldstream. Darcy Fritsch has kicked his 100th goal for the season. But it's all to no avail in terms of Coldstream's progress throughout the finals. They will end up going into next year with quite a bit of momentum, you would think. But no chocolates for season 2024 as Knox progress to a preliminary final against Surrey Park. As the rain drives down, kick into the centre of the ground by Knox. It's been marked. This is Love. He's just going to go for home. Oh, it's cleared everyone. Jordan Love. Gav with the tennis analogy, and Jordan Love. That was a hell of a kick.
That's
especially
gone.
In the driving
that's
rain.
60. That is definitely 60 metres there.
Goal number 18 for Knox.
And he's cleared the line on the full.
Very impressive.
Well, we definitely love that.
I reckon we've still got, to be honest, another 5 minutes here.
And this is turning into a highlight reel in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We've had the spectacular event of a man kicking 100, all the supporters running onto the field, and Greaves dropping mark of the year to the feet of the volley from Morris, and Love from 60 loads up a long goal. Here they go again, Knox, but they'll be chopped off. Last line mark by Verstegen, and he's looking for runners. He kicks it to the flank, broadcast side of Jubilee Park, but it's going to be Knox again getting onto the ball. Again, their pressure's been good. Falling over if the ball was Love after that big effort, taken over the shoulder. He thought Conte was like, I'll run away with this ball if you allow me, umpire, but he said, no, let's just ball it up.
They needed their runners in the second quarter, Coldstream, and they didn't have them because they just had no legs.
But every time they thought they were in the open, especially in defence, they got harried and rushed into a mistake, and it probably turnovers into goals has killed them in the second quarter, definitely. So Knox winning stoppages, turning him into shots at goals. Chandler at ground level hands it off to Hammond. His kick inboard is going to be chopped off by his opponent O'Neill. O'Neill steadies himself. Long driving ball in the rain. Gets into the forward line. Craig is the last defender running back with the play, but Goin will pressure everyone. He spills it, taps it on, gets it to a teammate, high up and under. Greaves pushing his defender out of the way, hoping to anyway, but Verstegen with the flight of the ball gets third man into the contest and takes a nice relieving mark.
Taking a bounce, which is a risky thing to do in this weather, was Langdon, but it came back for him and he got the kick away. Over the top go Coldstream, great punch, good commitment there by Murphy, might have hurt himself. Coldstream will end up with it anyway. Hammond is just going to get onto his left, and well, disposing of his opponent there was Sheriff. Legally, according to the umpire, he's going to go for Fritsch. But getting in the way with the Knox defence, scooped up now. Kicked as he was tackled, and now Knox will scoop it up. This is Morris. Fritsch tackled. Scooped up. Black was there as well. Harry Greaves has worked his way up the ground. Shunted by Shield. Morris tried to get the centering ball, but it was marked instead by Carrigan. As the rain tumbles down, we've had a few lightning flashes. Not a perfect kick. Pretty poor kick. Hanlon was in the hole.
What's the count on Torps, Paul? Because it's been way too many.
I stopped marking him down about early in the last quarter.
I thought you would have stopped marking that one ages ago, Paul.
Chris Butler in defence for Knox.
That'd be like saying. That'd be like saying how many drop punts.
That was
well, he could say it.
Oh wow! Listen to the thunder.
Oh lordy.
That was close.
That was very close.
A new stat, Gav, the drop punt to torpedo ratio.
Yeah.
Yep.
So outsized was Stuckey against Warren, but was able to even the contest, but in comes Verstegen. Had a bit of time and space to hand it off to Sheriff, and now Fig. Chipping ball over to Fritsch, stuck the mitt out, but couldn't reel it in. Roving it well was Fisher, gets it down the ground. O'Neill was knocked out of it. In comes Morris, gets the handball away. It's going to find O'Neill anyway. It just dodges White, and a centering ball by Knox was impressive. Pears goes wider still. And now kicks it inside forward 50. Bit of a wrestle there as Verstegen got in the way and was disposed of by his opponent illegally, and will take the free kick for the Cougars.
Verstegen's in hand, and he'll try to get it going for Coldstream. Goes long, but in the way. No mark taken by the intercepting player. So Langdon tries to get out of a tackle, but he just couldn't get his hand to ball, and it's going to be a turnover ball for Knox, 60 metres out.
12 tackles to 9 in the last quarter in favour of Coldstream.
That's another good. That's a good stat. That one, Paul.
So long ball inside, and again another Torp spirals all the way towards 2 metres out. Ground level, can it be taken by Knox? Off the ground, 2 attempts at it. No goal, no score for Knox. As there it is, the siren for this semi-final. Knox winning 18-5, 113 to Coldstream, 6-16-52. It's a comprehensive 61-point margin. But here's the highlight of the day, one of them anyway. Darcy Fritsch, 100 goals, celebrated by his club with the banner that we can see on the screen now on the outer side. What a moment for Darcy Fritsch. 100 goals for the season, but it will be. Here's the moment on replay if you're streaming with us. It comes out of a tackle, 2 players fighting for the ball as we just hear Fritsch runs onto it, right foot, and it was almost a drop kick, but any momentum with his foot had got it through from 15 metres out, and Fritsch celebrated his 100 at the 17th minute mark of this last term, and it was a jubilant celebration after that with players and teammates and also all the fans of Coldstream running on the field. But it didn't take away from the result that is gone the way of Knox. They celebrate a finals victory in 2024. The team of Knox go on to play Surrey Park next week, and going through that score again, 18-5, 113 Knox defeated Coldstream 6-16-52. The goal kickers for Knox, there's Gorn kicked 5, Sarita O'Brien 2 apiece to Harrison Greaves, Ash Black, James Fisher, and singles Morris, Gwynn, and Taylor. And Love, that big goal, 60-metre punt at the end. And importantly, the goal kickers for Coldstream, 2 today for Darcy Fritsch. Darcy Fritsch finishing on 100 goals for the season. Congratulations, Darcy. You deserve all the accolades that come your way. Full respect to you. But unfortunately, your side did not win today, but we congratulate him on his season.
Yes, congratulations to Darcy. And in fact, Gav, that was the last opportunity that he got to kick that 100 because he wasn't anywhere near it after the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I reckon he had you know those butter fingers of nerves?
Yeah.
I reckon he was just like, I just can't get my hands to hold it almost. And it's only natural that he would be having those nervous moments. But he got his hands on it and put his foot through it from 15 metres out to get his 100 for the season. Also goal kickers today for Coldstream was Grant, Felstead, Conyers and Bayliss. Bayliss, the coach, would be disappointed at quarter time. His team were up by 12 points. They probably wasted shots at goal, kicking 3-6 in the first term. Then Knox, they put the game to bed in the second quarter in effect. 8 goals to none from Coldstream. And we will get the song before we wrap up for today. And let's hear from the winners as Knox will progress in the finals for Division 3. Let's hear from the players as they sing their club song.
Just a bunch of cheering so far.
Well, I think the main thing we should do with them is congratulate Knox on their win. And it's a bit of... Here we go. Well done, Knox. They progress, and Ray and Brash, our special comments for today. We'll get your final thoughts before we end today's broadcast on the win from Knox, and even Darcy Fritsch, if you want to mention his 100.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll say, look, the covers are gone on. We could have to go to the Duckworth-Lewis system here. So
well, who wins?
No, look, all in all, look, that was a great effort by Knox. You know, Coldstream came out at the start of this game, and it looked like they were on a mission. They controlled the football, but then they lost. They didn't hit the scoreboard, and after that, let's face it, it was all Knox.
Indeed.
Yeah, look, and I think also too, I think we need to recognise the coaching prowess of Steve Buckle once again, proving once and for all that he is one of the premier coaches in the Eastern Football Netball League. You've got to admire what he's done with this football club in 2 seasons, taking them from where we are to victory today.
Well, we might take a break because the sound effects are not sound effects, they're real. So we just want to compose ourselves here in broadcast. We've got really a lot of technical equipment that Lee Green and his team will LM Media. Yeah, we want to protect, but we've had great fun. But the weather is getting very inclement. You've enjoyed Knox's victory, 61 points. Darcy Fritsch, 100. We'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned and we'll talk about the EFNL today.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day on a Sunday. It's finals here at Jubilee Park. It's Knox availing with a comfortable victory over Coldstream. But for any Coldstream fans in their car, it is raining very heavily. There has been lightning. Thankfully, it didn't stop the game before that one moment that Coldstream will hold to their hearts for season 2024. They've won a final, but the big moment in this game, Darcy Fritsch, his second goal at the 17-minute mark of the last quarter, was 100 for the season. And he can be satisfied with his year, can he not, Ryan Long?
You're absolutely right, and he obviously writes himself into the EFNL record books. It's a very rare feat for anyone, especially in these days, AFL, local level, anyone to kick 100 goals in a season. It's just such a hard achievement to do, so congratulations to Darcy. We were a little bit worried at certain stages of the game. Halfway through the third quarter, he didn't look like touching the ball, and that was a great job by Tom Weir, but eventually got a hold of one in the third term and then had a couple chances when he hit the post. I thought that might be it.
A serious question though, the siren could have been blown to call the game off with lightning in the area, so I think the FNL would have been thinking about that. They're not thinking about Darcy Fritsch, they're not thinking about Knox versus Coldstream, they're thinking about safety of everyone.
Well, you can hear it right now, the thunder in the background, the lightning. It's pretty severe conditions,
wild,
and that's why the clock actually had to stop before the final siren, and we're actually lucky enough to now be joined by Darcy, so I'm going to pass him the remote, or in fact Blake will be able to in just a second, but it certainly is, the conditions have been quite dangerous here as Blake fiddles around with the microphone.
Oh God, he had his microphone in his pocket and it was on.
But we've got him now.
Hear me?
Yes. The milestone, 100 goals in a season, Darcy. Congratulations. It's a massive achievement for you, and you write yourselves into the history books.
Yeah, it's amazing just to get it done. Obviously very disappointed with the loss, but yeah, if we had lost and sat on 99, I would have been pretty disappointed, so it was good to just tick it off.
I saw as well with the people in the crowd, they had the Darcy Fritsch 100 goals T-shirts as well. Did you know about that ahead of time, or did they organise that? And that was a bit of a surprise when you saw that when they ran out onto the ground.
Yeah, it was a surprise. I heard my grandma was going to make a banner, which I shut down pretty early. I said that's not happening. And then, the T-shirts, it's cool, I suppose.
Well, talk us through a couple of moments. You kicked the first one down this end of the ground in the third quarter, and all the goals seem to be coming from the right-hand side of the screen. So on the last quarter, you had an opportunity and you hit the post. At that stage, did you think that might have been your last chance, or did you feel like there was still enough time that you'll be able to get another opportunity?
I thought that was it, to be honest. The rain started to fall. Obviously, the wind going to the down the hill. It was really good to get it done. It's a cheeky handball from Cam Shield. It was good.
And that was the one, wasn't it? It was Shield, the handball over the top, and straight away the snap. And that must have been a bit of a relief once that went through, and a great feeling with the crowd behind the goals running onto the field. Yeah,
it was awesome. Something I'll look back on, I guess, in the future. it was pretty hard to breathe in that pack. Everyone was hitting me in the head. So, it was good. Just good to get it done. But, disappointing about the loss.
Yeah, Darcy, do you think there was any nerves in your hands going for the marks? Do you think you actually were thinking about one more opportunity? Was there moments where it just slipped through your grasp a bit?
Not really. I was just trying not to think about it. I mean, everyone's been messaging me and talking about it all week, so it was really hard to block it out. But, just sometimes you clunk them and sometimes you don't. Maybe it was just one of those days. I was just a little bit off. Entries might have been a bit scrappy as well, which, it does happen. So, it was just good to get it done in the end.
And credit to your opponent today, Weir, who probably knew that you were going to be focused but he stood up really well. What about him as an opponent today?
Yeah, he was outstanding. Shut me down well. Credit to Knox. They're a good side. They've hit form at the right time, so all the best to them.
I was going to mention Weir is obviously a hard defender to play on. Who do you reckon throughout your time has been a particularly difficult opponent? Who's been the hardest opponent to score goals on?
I don't know if it's a particular opponent or if it's a particular team. Probably Surrey Park or Donvale. They seem to be able to set up a loose behind the ball, which makes it really difficult. Surrey Park or Donvale. Not probably a particular player, but they managed to get at least one or two loose, which obviously makes it hard.
Yep. What about your best goal this year? You picked 100. Is there one that sticks out?
I can't even think right now, to be honest.
Probably the last one.
Yeah, I guess the last one.
Number 100.
We'll go with that.
Yeah. Look, my thoughts. I said in halfway through that third quarter, they should move you out the centre half forward. That would at least got rid of the double tag on you. Was there any thoughts in your mind that maybe if I could get out there and get a bit of open space?
Yeah, it was definitely a thought. Coaches wanted me to stay deep, but it was pretty frustrating. But we sort of wanted to play our game and not drop a player to that loose and try and kick around it or over it. And again, I was happy for other people to kick goals. It didn't bother me really. I just wanted to win. So
And disappointed that you lost today, but the club moving forward, you're going to get a new coach next year. So things must be looking up bright for next season as well. Yeah,
we took a massive step this year. I mean, last year we were battling relegation. So to come around, win our first final in 19 years, it's great for the club, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, Darcy, I was going to... it's a very tight-knit community, the Coldstream community. And the thing is, they do rally around each other when times even are good and bad. One thing I want to ask you about your own personal journey along the way. In your time of playing a senior football, did you ever dream of a moment that this could ever happen? Or
probably not, to be honest. Took me a while to find my feet in senior footy. I missed my whole sort of under 16s to 18s period. I pretty much come straight in when we were rock bottom back in 2017, 2016.
It's all right.
And then, so to slowly build, I just gained a bit of confidence. I was always a confidence player. If I went well early, I might have a good day. But, probably didn't think it could get to this extent. But, just really proud to do it. We're at a club, my whole family's been around for 40, 50 years. It's pretty special for us.
So you've achieved 100 goals, all right? And I guess the next thing is... what's next for yourself? What targets do you set for yourself? Is it just a matter of going out there and playing your role and you just take the goals as they come, as you do every week when you put on the jersey for Coldstream?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't really consider myself a selfish player, to be honest, but I guess I just do what I can. It is good to get it off the back. If I don't have to try and search for it in another year, I can say I've done it now, so... I guess we'll just look forward to next year and try go all the way next year.
But just one more question about today's game. What do you think cost you, the shots at goal, or did momentum really change at quarter time in the middle? Knox seemed to get some flow going, which didn't seem evident 10 minutes before.
Yeah, I think it was, they played the win really well. They got it going. It was a territory game really with that win, just get it going your way. They were probably on top of us in the midfield battle in that second quarter, which... coming from 6-7 goals down in the third quarter, you got a big job on your hands, and we didn't capitalise when we could, and we probably lacked opportunity, to be honest, and then they just had a roll on.
Just one more. What's on for the off-season, Das?
Pretty quiet off-season. I went to Europe last year, so trying to save up some more money, I think.
So you can go to Europe next year.
Yeah, that's it. So, stay pretty low. I run my own business, so just be working hard and getting ready for next year.
And before we let you go, surely Coldstream need to get these shirts released and we can actually purchase them, because I'll put my money towards it and get one of those. It's a great shirt we saw on the camera, and it's a great achievement for you. Congratulations. We've enjoyed watching you play over our time watching Coldstream games. All the best for next season. We can't wait to see you back out in the field.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well done, Darcy.
Well done to Darcy.
Congratulations.
100 goals this season. He was a magnificent player for Coldstream, but it wasn't their day today. Well done to Darcy. He's giving up his time because he could be sharing that with family and friends, but I think it's actually a good moment for him to express himself as well in the broadcast as well, because there'll be a lot of fans of the club who in this rain and they can't hang around and they'd be disappointed about today's game, but they get to hear from the champ.
I think it. I reckon the allure of any player that's on the verge of kicking 100 goals, it doesn't matter whether it's Premier Division or, Division 16. It's always going to capture the imagination of a footy public, because everyone wants to see that achievement done.
Yeah.
Brash, we might even see that in a fortnight's time with Scoresby as well.
It's part two, 2 weeks in the grand final. Adam in on 98, so same situation.
He kicked 6 goals yesterday, boys, so there you go.
So you're going to get your own Adam Amin T-shirt as well?
Well, I'll tell you what, who will be making one of those. Matt Fodier will have that in the works as a close friend of Adam Amin. But no, seriously, if they actually sell the shirt, I'll buy that. Dusty Bridge 100.
Oh, well, you'll have
add
to
that
put
to the collector's
Can I ask
edition.
a question of Brash and Ray? He would have been approached by, well, let's not say Premier Division necessarily, but there would be clubs going, you can kick a goal. You should come to us. We will give you money.
He was on the Northern Bullants list.
I mean, that's great for his personal trying to achieve his highest level. But wouldn't a Premier Division, Division 1 club go, look, come express yourself in a higher division? What do you reckon about that?
But, Gav, it's been very frustrating over the years, because there's been some great players who have only played in the lower divisions who would be quite capable of going up playing in a Premier Division, who just aren't interested going up playing any higher.
And Ray and Gav, his family name is massive at Coldstream. His old man is I believe maybe a coach or a captain. He coached him or captained him in 2002 or 3 when they won that flag. So I wouldn't see him leaving. That's just my point of view. But he's Coldstream through and through.
Money talks though. If he was
it does talk.
However, that being said, Gav, I think also too is that, let's be honest, the higher the grades that you play, the more commitment you've got to make.
Yeah, it's another fair point.
And the thing is, look, as Ray said, there have been many good players that have played, football. And Lee Kimpton's another point of view.
Yeah.
He played at Croydon, right, and then went back to Div 4 and kicked 100 goals.
Well, what would you rather do? Kick 100 at your family club, Coldstream, or would you like to kick 40 at a higher division? I reckon kicking 100 is a bit of fun.
Depends on the person, I suppose. But yeah, and I would say there are plenty of blokes out there who would love to stick around their family club, because that's the heart factor.
There's some great players there who haven't. I mean, to me, Ryan Mullet, ex-Vermont, he's the best footballer I've ever seen that's never gone to a higher level and play AFL. He could have played AFL, couldn't he, Bresh?
Most definitely. Yet his brother Aaron was the one that ended up being the AFL star.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting thing is, right, Gav, and I, as a young kid, always watching football, right, the lure of watching a full forward, right, kicking 100 goals. We think of the Locketts and and those type of players, right? And they,
it's almost a bygone era.
Yeah,
to be honest.
And Gav, who would be the last one in the EFL to kick up?
Matt Gregg.
I would think Matt Gregg down at
Lee Kimpton.
Lee Kimpton.
Lee Kimpton. Yeah. Sylvan in 2022.
Can we change the topic maybe so that Knox don't feel out of it? Because let's go through some scores maybe.
Correct. Well, we've got the scores around the grounds as well we'll touch on, but let's probably have a bit of a discussion about Knox and the way they played today. And
Terrific.
I think what highlighted their game was that second quarter where they kicked the 8 goals and they were completely dominant from the midfield. They were dangerous up forward and they didn't rely on one option. I know they certainly had, Greaves coming in as the big target and Goyne's the one who kicks 5, but they weren't, as a small forward, they weren't targeting him every time. They had probably over 10 goal kickers, I think, today. And that's a real dangerous feat coming into next week against Surrey Park because they're going to need every player to really stand up against a Panthers side.
Who would you nominate as their best 3 then?
I gave Greaves as the second defender playing on Darcy. To me, he was the best player for what he did for his team.
And that's what Oakley did not do last week.
I thought Tom Weir was Knox's best player today. He was terrific early days on Fritsch. Just having, that first quarter showed that he's here to play on him.
He could be MVP if we talk about MVP.
He was
players.
definitely. He was my pick for MVP today, and I thought that the small forward,
Goyne was 5 goals in the final.
Yeah, that's big.
I think those 3 players I think those 3 players that we've just mentioned were probably the 3 best players.
I like Fisher
on the ground.
and I like
Fisher
O'Brien.
And
Brash, you spoke about Steve Buckle. Now, he's told us before the game, yes, he's going to tag Darcy.
Yep.
And he did tag him, and they took him out of the game, Darcy.
Darcy Carrigan.
Well, he did, and that was the thing he said. He goes, look, Darcy, he said Carrigan is a player that, as an opposition coach, you're obligated to put time into. You have to, because you've got to find a way of curbing his influence. And he did just that. I reckon Darcy dominated the first 15 minutes of the first quarter, but then all of a sudden, when Knox decided to man up a little bit and took control of the midfield.
And what they did, I reckon, they took his left foot side out of the contest.
Yeah. You made an
made him do everything on the right hand side.
You made an interesting point too throughout the broadcast, Ray. There were quite a few left footers in the game, right? And it was, for me, it was really noticeable that when they weren't able to kick on their natural side and they were forced to go on their opposite, they just couldn't. They had no effective possessions.
Yeah, it was a commentator's nightmare. Just as you were hoping something would happen, and they scrub a kick.
Sorry as well. I just want to touch on as well. I know it was a dark day for Coldstream as well, but I just want to talk about the importance as well with Sam Fig, boys. He had the job on Harrison Greaves, who I thought he did a terrific job on him on all afternoon. I know Greaves got a hold of him, late in the game, but do you feel like he was up there in Coldstream's best players? I know we're heavily talking about Coldstream, but do you feel like Sam Fig did a terrific job today?
He'd have to be up there because he played his role, and that's sort of all you can ask of him. And Greaves ended up with 2 goals, and that was only in the first half.
When you look at it, Greaves kicks, Fritz kicks 2 and he gets 100, and the other guy, and once he gets 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they sort of nullify each other out a little bit.
They both kicked a third of the score.
But I do take
exactly.
But I do take your point, Blake, because really it wasn't a day for the big key forwards.
No, definitely not.
It was so you would have to say that the fullbacks won the battle this afternoon.
And I've got a question for the panel, of course, today, and I think this was mentioned. I don't know if it was, but obviously I was downstairs. But can you see Knox beating Surrey Park next week?
Well, Ray sort of asked us that question, and I think really it's going to be. I honestly think it's going to be a war of attrition next week for both sides because look,
we saw him last week, of course.
I understand that, but Surrey Park they were coming off a real bruising encounter yesterday, and that was really a really tight type of game for them. So they would have had to run hard just as much as what Knox had to run hard today. So it actually could come down to which side seizes the moments at the appropriate time, Blake.
Yeah, Ray, you're.
I think it's going to be a matter of confidence, and I think going into that game next week, I think Knox would be more confident than Surrey Park.
Ryan, if you go, yep.
Oh, I think they definitely can. Doesn't mean I'm going to tip them next week, but I think we saw last week that they were very competitive. And probably should have been further up at quarter time. We spoke to Steve about that. Didn't take their opportunities when they probably had more of the territory. So they're well and truly. This will be a great preliminary final. I think both sides have got a big chance.
I saw, like, we were obviously there, you know, a few of us were here last week, and that first quarter that Knox played was really good, and then probably after half time they just went to bed, I guess, and it wasn't great for footy. They just weren't playing the footy. They just gave it to Surrey's hands. They let them do what Surrey have been doing the last couple of weeks, and probably for the whole season, boys.
However, we did all allude to, and when we were talking about Knox as the finals were progressing, all of us sort of agreed that Knox were the smoky coming into this final series.
Yeah, definitely.
And what was happening was that their form was building slowly. It was a real slow burn with them because, like Ray said, their first half, they really did struggle for probably the opening 6 rounds. But then all of a sudden, everything started to click. Yeah, they had some losses and they had a couple of sizable losses, but they never lost their structure.
And Brass, mid-season, that game with Knox and Coldstream down at Knox, that after quarter time, Coldstream ran away with that. But I come away from that game thinking that, Knox, if they can just get a couple of things in order, because that day they just missed their targets. You know.
Absolutely. Before we go, let's go through those scores around the grounds in the finals. Division 1 final at Tormore Reserve, Beaconsfield 13-11-89, defeated Montrose 5-9-39. So that ended up becoming a 50-point margin after just being probably about 2 or 3 goals in at three-quarter time. So the Eagles really ran away with that one.
Next score, please.
No, we'll keep talking about it because that means Montrose are eliminated. But Beaconsfield finding some good form. Big chance next week against South Belgrave, Ray. I think they'll absolutely, with the way they're playing.
They are right in it to their eyeballs.
They're the dark horse.
Week.
I think Brash, you predicted them to make a grand final potentially at the start of the year in our podcast.
Yeah,
the pre-season podcast.
I thought they were as good for
Could be on the money here.
Yeah, I thought preliminary final they were capable of this year. I'm still going to stick to that. Where they make the grand final, they've still got a hard road to go.
Is that not their first finals win?
That's just about where I was going to go for, Jared. It's first finals win in the league for Beaconsfield since joining. And Gav, that's a great achievement for the club coming across. It's been 3 seasons since they've been part of our league in the senior side of things, and certainly it's a big tick for them.
For a side that's constantly had to make 6 and 7 changes a week and try and settle that squad, that's an achievement in itself.
And what you've got to remember, Beaconsfield in that other league, they weren't a Narry Warren or a Berwick. They were always the third or so forth.
Yeah, but they backed themselves. They said, we want to come into the division they got into, and now they're succeeding in it. So everyone has to stand back and go, well played. Good on you.
Yeah.
Not in a patronising way, in a joyous way that they've come in and hit the ground running.
I would love to see them win and go up the Premier. You got Beaconsfield playing Berwick.
No one wants to be the third wheel, Gav.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been yesterday, but Norwood got home there. So
yeah, that's right. But let's jump into Division 2 in the elimination final between Croydon and Templestowe at Walker Park. The Dockers were leading early in that game, but Croydon really ran over the top with a 7-goal second quarter, and they won by 40 points, 13-10-88 to 6-12-48.
They only kicked 1 goal after half time.
I was really worried for Croydon there as the scores were coming through, because I was thinking, gee, they would have fancied themselves a chance at getting into the grand final throughout this year, and to lose it to Templestowe, who I think all agree they kind of were making up the numbers a little bit with their form coming in.
Just interestingly, an interesting thought, I was speaking to Ryan before, Cameron Cloak was picked to play in the reserve grade today for Templestowe. Why wouldn't you have taken a punt and taken him into a final when Templestowe have not been able to score all year? Why wouldn't you have plonked him down full forward and given him a chance?
My next question is, why would you even be playing him? He's not the future of that club.
I get that.
Why would he even be playing?
I get that, but the thing is, though, when a club's been like Templestowe have been starved of success, when they've been so close yet so far, you think that they would have rolled the dice one more time. And this is where I see Waverley Blues. They're in that period that Templestowe were in 3 or 4 years ago, where they were making finals and preliminary, and they just couldn't go any further.
We'll see how they go next week. They'll play Croydon now. In Division 4 elimination final, Whitehorse knocked out Kilsyth. 14-9, 93 to 11-8, 74. Now, that game, on Play HQ, it still says it's live and 52 minutes into the last quarter, so I don't know if that's an injury.
Delay of game.
Delay game, maybe, or someone's just left it running.
But
I think they've left it running.
Which one was that?
It is ticking on
Division 4.
It is ticking at 52 minutes.
yeah.
Are they going off for lightning? You
Was
reckon?
that at East Ringwood?
That is at East Ringwood.
So I had the message that they paused play.
Could be why.
Got them off the field, but then they wanted to continue playing. So,
But that back to the result.
The actual result in that case.
I think
they were going to go.
Well, if
longer.
it's still going, then there's
It's still
3
ticking
goals
the
in
time.
it.
It's
So
53 minutes, very long quarter.
Yeah.
They haven't been playing for 53, but
Yeah, that's right. So
I think it was
I
basically
guess-
because they only had 10 minutes to go, and it was very close.
Well, Kilsyth, yeah,
Just
3 goals
quickly,
still in
talking
it.
about the Lightning, my daughter went to the MCG on Friday night, and I was babysitting. I said, why are you so late home? They would not let any of the public out of the MCG until the players were allowed back on the field. And when you think about it, that's common sense. You imagine a lightning strike, 100,000
with trees and stuff.
And you could.
And that's it. That really amazed me. But that's when you think about it. That's
It's
common
good.
sense, not that common.
I get it. I get what they mean, because if someone could get hit by a lightning strike and then
definitely.
complain to the MCG.
that could be
so
a lawsuit.
many conductors around there that could just, you could be standing underneath
I
something.
see that, yeah, for safety and probably OH&S safety sort of thing. So your doggies got up, Gav, as well, and the Blues and Saints are playing now. It's 53-61.
So Blues, that's jeopardy for
Yeah, so the Blues have got to win. They've got to win. And then Freo, they're done if Carlton win.
But it's interesting in Premier Division how the Dogs, what a finish for the Dogs in the Premier Division, by the way.
Yeah, look, it was like I said, it was a grandstand finish in Premier Division yesterday, because there was so much, there were so many things.
I think we said off air too. You got to feel for Blackburn, 145% and missing out on finals. That's
so
massive.
So unlucky.
They finished
unlucky
sixth
or
3 years in a row.
Well, the thing is, Gav, I guess you make your own luck, but when you look at Blackburn, they beat not only did they finish with 145%, but they beat every side once in the top 5, right, and failed by 1 point at one stage to beat East Ringwood. So you sort of feel like that it's an opportunity gone missing for them again.
Yeah, rough for Blackburn.
1 minute to go, my friend.
Who wants to close it out?
you will be. It's your
You're
time
the
to
media
shine.
manager. Here we go.
Well, we've got a minute left. We'll start to wrap it up. Big thanks to Megan Green and Lee Green. Kate Green. It's been a big weekend with the senior women's grand finals. The Vets, we were there at H.E. Parker yesterday, as well as Quamby Reserve. So a big thanks to everyone involved. Chris Curtis, Josh Ward, also calling the action yesterday afternoon. Blake Tennant on the boundary riding solo.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, good game of footy. Big weekend. I'm ready to go to bed, I guess.
Certainly right, me too. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre and did a bit of specials yesterday as well. Great job from you.
Oh. You did so well until then.
Your first under the first slip up. It was good weekend. It was a great game yesterday, and it was a good game today. Seeing Darcy Fritsch kick his 100th and Knox getting up, but good weekend.
Certainly right. Thanks, Paul. Ray Baird and Wayne Brasher both in the special chair today. Jared Beanland, Gav Casey, Mr. September, great to have you on board as well. That's it for us here. It is Knox running out big winners over Coldstream and moving on to a preliminary final.
It's called hitting the post.